Hi everybody, welcome to another exciting stream on Bowtie Gaming 14. Hey Hachiman, welcome in. Just starting the stream up. So today we're going to be jumping back into some more Sonic Frontiers, potentially finishing the game up. I looked ahead, there's like, without spoiling for myself, there's like roughly 5 to 6 hours of the game left. At the pace that I go at, like I think it's technically more like 2 or 3 if I go at the faster pace that I see the long plays going at, but we'll see what happens. So might finish it up today, but definitely no later than another session I'd finish it, so we'll just see what happens. So on that note, let's jump right in. So last time we left off on the 4th island, Rhea Island, and from what I could tell it looks like it's not like a full island, like you're pretty much just doing an objective and that's it. And then you go to the 5th island afterwards. Hey Joe, welcome in. Just booting the game up. Time to go fast. Again. His save data may become corrupted, just like Sonic. Fast and fish. Alright. So we gotta go take these towers out. Heard the spooky voice in the sky. It didn't feel like Breath of the Wild already. Whoop. There we go. So there's 6 towers. I don't want to go too fast because I'm worried I'm going to miss the jump and not as I fall to my death, but still. I'm used to games with fall damage aplenty. Oh, crap. Okay, it looks like fall damage isn't a thing in this game. Cool. Yippee! Time to get dizzy. So yeah, this time don't go for the rings. Sonic, why? Didn't get enough momentum, unfortunately, for that jump. Almost there. Crap. This is just the first tower. I'm slowly realizing how tall this tower is. Jeez, how much taller is this thing? Jesus, how tall is this tower? I still don't think... Okay, there's the top, cool. We made it. Yay, finally with something with rails. Oh. Yeah, like I said, it's the negative side about the boost is that you can miss. And they just go flying everywhere. Big Sonic would puke after a while. He's like, where are we going? Yeah, it's a little technical for what I've figured out so far. Whew. Haha. Wow, that is so... Wow. Jesus. That is, that's kind of cheap. I think the rails will make it easier, not even remotely. Okay. I'm just curious if I can even make this jump anymore. Probably. Yeah, I'm not even sure if that jump is possible anymore without the rings. All the way back to the bottom. Okay, cool, we're back to where we were. Yeah, like I said, I don't even know if that jump is possible anymore. Might have to reset. At least I could try it an infinite amount of times, but still. Yeah, I got max height on that, it still wasn't enough. I might have to reset. Yeah, I'll try one more time, and if it doesn't take, I'll have to reset and come back. There we go. Well, now I know it's possible, so I'll try it again. The true superpower of Sonic is not taking fall damage. Well, I know kind of getting it to happen was pretty technical from what it looked like. Yeah, it was like very specific without the rings. It was kind of just like you had to jump at the apex and then boost, but not too soon and not too late. back to the ground. Just stings that this is the only way you can get up. Okay, so I see what you're supposed to do. You don't even jump, you just boost and that's it. If you try to jump, you won't make it. Yeah, it's like, it's nice because it rewards you for being like, you at least made it to this section. Okay. Boost. Okay. Yeah, I was gonna say, you boost it, but you don't jump. That's how this works. Oh, you piece of crap. Okay. Now what? Oh, you piece of crap. Well, that is so cheap. Wow, that is so cheap! Ah, we're back to the Sonic, the Heroes, I guess physics is how I'd phrase that. Where you get the cheap jumps. Yeah. Stuff like this is why I wanted to make sure that this game had like high reviews, because if it didn't, I'm like, I've heard horror stories about the Sonic games with let's just say less than stellar reviews, like the ones that are actually bad. Like I've heard horror stories about how those play. I'm like, yeah, I want to make sure this wasn't one of those games. Wow, it won't even let me jump. That's weird. Yeah, it would not even let me jump. Alright, we're going back to the ground. And this is just the second tower. Yeah, they definitely made it seem like this was going to be a shorter area, not even close. It's probably still an hour or two's worth of stuff. Yep, and I accidentally jumped. It's like that one quoted South Park. It's like, yeah, you French fry instead of or it's like you pizza when you're French fry, and you're gonna have a bad time. It's like you jump when you're supposed to dash, and you're gonna have a bad time. Dude. Yeah, I know eventually I'll play... probably also play Undertale at some point, but definitely Deltarune, but I'm gonna wait until Chapter 3 comes out. Wow, that is... what? That is so cheap! the jumps, like, don't count. But if you don't jump, you get severely penalized. And that doesn't work. Alright, back to the ground. Again, this is Tower 2. Good lord. Yeah, I don't know if I'm gonna finish this today. If Island 5 is like this, this might be a 5th part. Alright, pulley system. Alright, back to the ground. Or at least back to this one. Yeah, I might just have to bite the bullet on that and take damage, because I can't jump on that. It's just not letting me. Yeah, I just got to bite the bullet on that. There we go. Alright, on to the third tower. I want to wait until that cutscene finished, but I was like, this is how you can tell I've watched too many of the fan dubs, but like immediately when I saw that planet, I was like, Eggman's piston on the moon! Yeah, no, like the Sonic fanboys just gonna be like, stop making it funny! I'm just like, I don't care, I'm gonna have fun with these games however I want. Which includes making reference to the fan dubs whenever I want. I mean, for Pete's sakes, even the... Unless it's like a really serious moment, I mean, like, obviously I'll give it, like, its moment in the sun in that case, but, like, even the franchises, I'm like, I don't even know if I'm 100% a fanboy of, like, any particular franchise, necessarily, but the ones I'd say I'm like, you could potentially make the argument for, even I'm not that serious about it. Like I said, unless there's a really sad moment happening. Like, I mean, even in Xeno 3, I was like, aha, this is some funny moments. Oh, crap. I know part of it is that, like, I've only played a few Sonic games myself, so it's not like I'm, like I said, I know the general, like, plot lines of what happens in the bigger games, but I wasn't, like, 100% or 1,000% invested in what was going on. Just because I watched it on YouTube after the fact. Especially since a decent amount of those games came out on, like, Sega consoles that I never had access to. How the heck is this puzzle gonna work? There we go, now it's letting me hang on. God, I love random lasers. Okay. Oh, second random laser. Oop. Laser. Yeah, it seems like it activates like the split second you get to it somehow. Might almost have to climb up slowly. If it's possible. Yep, that's the way. Just gotta get a little closer. There we go. How the heck does this part work? Oh, crap. Okay, so you gotta wait until the gap widens for you to platform on that. Cool. Cool. Oh crap, I didn't realize I was gonna move. Oh no, thank goodness. It's like, am I going all the way down? Not again. There we go. So one thing I was thinking of going forward with the channel for the shorter games is that, as soon as I can make this platforming jump, because this might take a few attempts. Once I'm done with Sonic and Dokapon, I know there's like some people trying to like, I know like Jiggy 11, they're trying to beat like as many Zelda games as possible leading up to Tears of the Kingdom. I'm gonna do my equivalent where I'm going to play all 3 Pikmin games before Pikmin 4 comes out. So, I'm obviously gonna do it one at a time so I can like get some variety, but once one of these 2 games is done, I'm gonna be starting up Pikmin 1. 1 and 2 are going to be on the GameCube, and 3 is going to be on the Switch. So look forward to that in the coming months. I had that thought the other month, I'm like, wait a minute, I should play all the Pikmin games again, because those are fun. So yeah, watch me suffer through the subterranean castle. Oh, that means I'm going to have to fight the water wraith again. Well, that's the only complaint I have about the franchise. That's not bad, but it's It's not even like it's badly designed, like they did it on purpose, but like, my gosh, the water wraith. If you haven't seen Chugga Conroy's playthrough of what the water wraith is, it's a bad time. But then, of course, you get to fight it at the end, and it's sweet comeuppance. Hey, I know what I signed up for. I'm just remembering suddenly that the water wraith is gonna be a part of that challenge. I am going in order. I'm not skipping 2 and doing 3 before 2. I'm doing it in order. I mean, it's definitely doable because the game doesn't come out until like the end of July. Which, I think I've told this story, or maybe I haven't. That's the way I found out about Chugga Conroy's channel, and inadvertently the whole Runaway Guys crew is Pikmin 2 specifically. Basically, the backstory is that I'll let this cutscene play out and then I'll explain it. Also, hey Zach, and welcome in. Alright. So yeah, the backstory is that... Crap. Well, we're going down the old-fashioned way. Alright. So yeah, the backstory is that back in like, this was I forget which year that Let's Play came out, but like, it was that year, so it was like 2009 or 2010 or something. I played Pikmin 1 a lot when I was a kid. I somehow missed the whole, there was a sequel to this game thing, it was never advertised at all, somehow. And then I found it at GameStop years later. Keep in mind, this was pre-Google being widespread. So it was like, oh yeah, there's a sequel to this game? Holy crap. So then like I said, I got it at GameStop. So I only got the disc, not the actual box for it. I just got a GameStop box for it. So then I like played through the game up until I got to the Submerged Castle, and then the water wraith wreaked heck upon my life. Oh, I hate this thing. And then I was like trying to look up like the I mean, to be fair, people still do make just like the text only like walkthroughs, but back then it was just text only walkthroughs. Like, that's all there was. This was at the very beginning phase of Let's Plays. Like, there were like very few, and like like people like Emil and Tim were kind of like the pioneers to an extent in that field. How the heck do I get up there? Of course, I could never figure out how to defeat this enemy, so... So I might have to look this up if this is the only way across. Sorry, I know it's like I'm trying to, like, half focus on this and half focus on telling a story. Here, I'll get this platform and then that'll just kind of go slow. So, so back to my conundrum. So then I was like, okay, let's just see what resources exist. So then I looked at the paper walkthroughs. I think there was like one specific section of the Submerged Castle that just did not explain it well enough, and I couldn't get past it. And then I was like going on Google, yeah, I was gonna say, I don't think my family really had it yet, so I had to use it at school. I didn't look up the walkthrough at school, I found out that it existed at school, and then I looked it up later. Here, I'll just pause really quick. So yeah, look. So that's how I found it. And then I was like, "Who's Chugga Conroy?" So then I look it up, and then yeah, it turns out he had a Pikmin 1 Let's Play amongst other games. I think it was only a few at the time, but yeah, of course, like I was still a kid at this point, given I was an older kid, but still. So I was just like, "Oh, cool!" And then I was like looking through all this stuff, and of course, I mean, I know he swears now, but like this is back when he went willy nilly with the swears, and it was hilarious. um, so I was like looking that up, and then he properly explained how to do that section, and then I followed his channel ever since. And then just one thing, like, well, I guess in terms of Runaway Guys, I think I just followed Emil. Like, I had priorities with like a bunch of other channels like Smosh and Smosh Games and Angry Video Game Nerd back in the day. It wasn't that extensive of a list initially. Like, keep in mind, this is like the late 2000s. Like, there were a lot of channels, but not that many channels, especially gaming channels. I feel like there was more of an influx once it got to be the 2010s. Especially in 2012, I swear a lot of people started their channels that year. So yeah, it was just, like, I didn't know, well, yeah, I was gonna say, because the Runaway Guys didn't start until 2011, and of course, I've been watching them since the get-go. Kind of feels like a fever dream, those first couple of playthroughs. Yeah, how the heck do you get up there? Yeah, I might have to look up how to take that enemy down, because I couldn't figure it out. Yeah, my internet lore. I mean, I could go on a whole tangent about my internet lore. In terms of what I followed and when, because again, I was the only person at my school who I knew about that, like, was on the internet. And keep in mind, this was just non-gaming internet. This wasn't even counting gaming internet, which was considered even more nerdy at the time. Keep in mind, back in those days, it was incredibly, I mean, yeah, it was incredibly scrutinized. Like, you were made fun of for doing that stuff. It didn't matter what it was for, it wasn't, like, you weren't a cool person if you were watching that stuff, so I had to kind of keep that to myself. Or just I wouldn't have anyone to talk to about it, which, of course, like, with raging hormones and everything in middle and high school didn't help. With everyone just, like, getting into fights and everything and all that good middle high school crap. I just didn't want to add fuel to the fire. How the heck do you take this thing down? It's just a... Yeah, because, like, that's the closest I can get before it regenerates. Yeah, I might have to look this up. I'll get up there and then I'll look it up. But yeah, like, long story short, I just followed them, and then I think... Yeah, then it was pretty much him and the Runaway Guys, and then I really didn't start watching most of the Runaway Guys until, like, Coliseum was a thing. I think I might have watched a couple of John's things, maybe. So, backstory with that, I know I'm not alone in this, but I'm still gonna say it anyway. So my whole situation with John is that the whole Move Faster Pokey thing, I saw that back in the day, but didn't know it was him until years later. And then when I found that out, I was... Because here's the thing, his voice was way higher pitched than it is now. Like, he definitely went through a voice change at some point. Like, I would argue even recently. So, like, the fact that, like, I heard him, like, wait, that was you? Holy shit. I laughed so hard when I found that out. It was kind of around the time when, I think it was around the time... Like, I think I had heard the references, but it really didn't click until, Jared did that Kaizo Mario speedrun with John. That's when it clicked. I was like, holy shit, that was you? What the frick? And I laughed so hard. Alright, so, let me look this up, because I am unsure how to proceed. 4th tower. Well, for starters, I need to figure out what these enemies are even called. For now, I can just only call them orb enemies. Bubbles. Just like the Zelda. Another connection to Zelda. What the frick? Alright, how do you defeat these things? Doesn't tell me anything helpful. Thanks, game. They're just like, yep, you have to destroy all the orbs. Well, I guess let me save before I lose more rings. Oh, you can't... Wait. Oh, it thinks I'm platforming. Alright, I gotta go down. Okay, I guess I gotta go far away from the tower then. It still thinks I'm... What? Are you not allowed to save on this whole island? Weird. Well, I guess if I run out of rings, I run out of rings. So now I'm back at this thing. How do you defeat it? Okay, then I gotta wait. Okay, so I guess that's the key, is that you just have to wait for it to get the electric stuff out of the way. So you have to fight it in phases like this, otherwise it doesn't work. There we go. Yep, and now the platforms show up. Alright, cool. Whee! So this is like an enemy gauntlet from what it looks like. What in the actual heck is this? Or to quote Eggman, what in the Sam hell is this? How the... what? 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 What is this? What's happening? What is this? I don't know what's happening. I have never seen this enemy show up until now, and it doesn't explain how to do it. Like, I was trying every button combination known to man, and nothing was happening. Alright, so I gotta... well, to be fair, now it starts me back at the top, so now I can just shortcut over there. Okay, now it lets me save. Alright, cool. Well, now I also know what happens if you drown. Just resets. Alright, so yep, don't go too gung-ho into this before I get stuck. Yeah, before I drown again. How the heck do you defeat this thing? It says press the down button. And this is required in order to progress. Oh my god. At least I started the tower now. Did I mention that some of these jumps are very specific? Yeah, it just says press the down button a couple of times, but that is not working. So that is clearly not how this goes. Alright, see you later. So, feeling underpowered, I don't think is the issue. It's the fact that I keep succumbing to this keep succumbing to drowning. I just hope there's not more than one of these on this tower, otherwise, yikes. And of course, every single time I die, I have to face this thing again, which takes a couple of minutes. Yeah, it's not working. Alright, time to look up a visual guide, because how the heck does this work? So apparently, according to the instructions that I'm looking at, apparently the game does not tell you how to beat this thing at all. Yikes. Like, not even a hint. And like I said, apparently this thing is required for story progression, so yikes. this is where save states would be nice. Because then the only thing I'd have to redo is that blob thing. Okay, I get it now. You have to do that attack in order for it to go. I gotcha. Oh, it's the laser thing again. Yeah, I had a feeling there's gonna be more than one. Ah, crap. No, poopy. Okay, that could have been worse. Alright, another one down. That sucks. So basically, if you miss, you have to go all the way back up the tower. How the heck do you even leave this bubble? Yeah, it still won't let you leave. I'll try one more time, then I'm looking it up. Because I don't see a way you can escape. Unless maybe you go for this cliffside. That's entirely possible. Let's try it. No, that was just an illusion. It looked like you could climb up. Maybe I gotta teleport from the beginning. So yeah, I'll try one more time, then I'll probably just have to warp somewhere else and come back. Like, it looks like you could escape from that, but you just can't. Yeah, I'll warp and come back. Yeah, it looks like the only way up is to climb the first tower then. Well, nothing for it. Oh, this is gonna take forever and a day to get back. Especially since I can't seem to get up there for some reason. There we go, finally. Doesn't help that the cameras are kind of awkward here. This is all because I couldn't figure out how to get out of that bowl. Yeah, I'm pretty sure I'll be able to finish this island today, but it's like, almost joking, like, I'd be lucky if I could finish this island today with how difficult this is. Or with how wonky the physics are, rather. Because, yeah, these physics are kind of wonky. And unfortunately, it looks like it's the only way you can get over there. Yeah, this is gonna be a long session. Only you could shortcut in this level. Unfortunately, you can't. Fell off the frickin' edge again, oh my god. Yep, and that is the only way you can clear that. Oh my god. Finally. Just gotta make sure I don't fall in, and then I'm golden. Finally made it to Tower 5. Jeez. Wow, you really better get used to being good at taking down these blob things, otherwise you're just screwed. Alright. Yeah, I'd argue this one was probably easier than the fourth one. Oh crap, no! Come on, game! Boo! Frick. This is brutal as hell. Especially since the enemies don't respawn. Frick off, game. I see, this is the equivalent of Mystic Mansion in this game. Specifically the Sonic route. With those darn homing attack platforming sections. Frick off, game. Thank goodness this is the last tower. Yeah, it doesn't even grab sometimes, which is the frustrating part. And I doubt this will be different regardless of what difficulty I choose. This is just getting through the platforming section. Yeah, see what I mean? He did not grab for some reason, and it's weird. I don't know if it's a glitch or just bad programming. I don't know. Okay, that's good. At least, if the enemies despawn, it just replaces it with platforms so that you can actually progress. Otherwise, you'd be screwed. Sonic! Fuck! And like I said, it's kind of a programming fault, is that if you use up your boost, you're going all the way back. It's like you don't even get to aim where Sonic goes, he's just going straight down. Or if you can aim, it's very minimal. Well, and part of the problem with the controls, too, is that, like, sideways isn't exactly sideways. Sideways is kind of like up sideways. So if I press actual sideways, he goes down. And I don't know why. Okay, I think I unlocked some shortcuts by getting that far at the very least. Alright, cool. Whew. So that's why cyberspace is corrupted, it's because of that entity. Well, I guess there's the fourth Titan, I suppose.
He took on so much cyber energy. It corrupted him. He's stuck between realities.
My only regret is you denied me the pleasure of finishing you off, rodent.
We must get you back into cyberspace immediately.
Just got out! That was the whole point!
I ran millions of simulations. The only way I can keep you alive is if you're not here when it gets out.
What gets out?
Since time immemorial, I have languished here. The locks are broken. Now I shall tear down the walls between dimensions and consume all.
hard for us to give up now. Those visions we saw, we can drive back the corruption and bring him back. Anything for Sonic.
Whatever it takes.
Sonic, I want you to see the hero I become. Sonic, you still have love to show in this world too.
Sonic, we're even after this. Everyone, thank you. I won't let you down. Oh, good. He's back.
Yippee!
This is our chance. I never simulated a scenario for Sonic Yellow, since you never authorized it.
I still don't want to.
Please.
What's up? What's up, egg poopy poopy butt?
Sonic, hereby induct you into the Eggman Empire of the Understand? Not an alliance.
If that's how you want to spin it, Dr. Ego Man.
Sage, you will help me find the Chaos Emeralds. Sonic will be back in Earth.
Wow!
Boo! Oranos Island. Alright, so this one's a proper island then. No, no, it's more of those jelly things. Screw that. Alright, easy enough. Just borrow a rod. You've made it to the promised land once again.
Would you like to try?
You borrow a rod.
Would you like to try? Would you like to try?
We got an octopus. Yippee. It's an Isopod. Ooh, a triple ring. Casually just catches a shark. Way to go, Sonic. Ooh, a golden one. Yeesh. Got the golden boy.
Would you like to try? I'll let you. Would you like to try? I'll let you borrow a rod. Would you like to try? I'll let you borrow.
I'm just gonna see how much is left. And once it says 100%, I'll move on. Alright, I've caught half the fish. Yeah, I'm going back in. More fishing! I know the problem is it doesn't tell you the percentage like while you're in there, so you have to leave, then look, and then go back in.
Would you like to try? I'll let you borrow a rod.
Alright, so yeah, it looks like we caught about half the stuff, so we'll see what the other half is. It's an eel that's about twice the size of Sonic. It's almost as tall as Big minus the ears. Imagine if Magikarp showed up, that'd be hilarious. What kind of crossover is this? That would be interesting though, just like a Pokemon Sonic crossover. Not counting Smash Bros. I mean like just Pokemon and Sonic characters interacting and that's it. No Mario characters, no nothing. Yeah, I know one game that's been on my mind is ever since Jared brought it up to the extreme extremes is Pizza Tower. I'm like, should I play Pizza Tower? I don't know. I kind of want to. I don't know. Oh yeah, I forgot I gotta keep going until I get both the scrolls. Otherwise, I won't be able to teleport. Oh yeah, I forgot some of the items boxes used to look like that. First I thought he just fished a computer out of the sea. I'm like, how is it still functional? But yeah, that makes sense now. The only way this would be any better is if you could like customize the bobber so it's Eggman's head. That'd be hilarious. Although, to be fair, the colors kind of are his top and his bottom already. In reverse order, but still. Well, I mean, like, from this angle, that's what it looks like. But if it was actually his face, that'd be amazing. Fish with the power of Eggman. Okay, so we got both the scrolls. So many tokens. It's another alligator!
Would you like to try? Would you like to try?
Pretty much.
Would you like to try?
To once again quote that internet video that I quoted when we were fighting yelled about yesterday, that's a huge bitch. I can tell I've watched too many SMG4 YouTube poops. Because I've heard that clip too many times. Well then again, if we were really going off that, that's describing the Titans, not the Gator. When did Brock get here? Yeah, I was gonna say that was definitely one of the videos I've watched. It's amazing to see how far his channel's grown, like, since the beginning. Because, like, I remember the very, very early days of his channel. That was a ride and a half. It still is, but those early days were especially a ride. Especially the War of the Fat Italians. I love those so much. Yes, I have a lot of favorites from his channel, but one of my favorites, I'd say from the more recent collection, is the Mario goes to the Deltarune world. That one's so funny, especially when they go fight Jebel. That's so funny. Then the whole time Rouse stays like, save the world! And then Susie's having none of it. Yeah, then, well, initially, like, Mario gets Susie in trouble and she gets pissed off at him. And then Russ is alright, calm down, otherwise I'm gonna sing. And then, of course, it's so bad they all catch on fire. As one does. Oh, wow, there's still more fish. Alright, back in we go. Probably just ended up doubling the total at that point.
Hey, Sonic.
right, I forgot. I got these now.
Would you like to try?
How many times do I have to say this, Sonic? I feel like I've said it a bajillion times. One more time. Hi, I'm Tom. Immediately thought of that, not gonna lie. Gosh, what do you think the April podcast is gonna be like? Like, they're just gonna walk in and be like, so, that last month, eh? What day of the week? Yeah, because I was curious what day of the week April Fool's Day it's on. It's gonna be a Saturday, so John's gonna be streaming, but it's not a Tuesday, because I'm like, if it was a Tuesday, I would have laughed my ass off. The April Fool's Day podcast. I don't think anyone would survive. Yeah, thank goodness April Fool's Day's on a Saturday, because I'm not streaming. Actually, now that I think about it, it's gonna bleed into Saturday, son of a bitch. We're ending it strictly at midnight. Oh yeah, I just realized I'm gonna be back to the second shift hour, so it's gonna be all Saturday. Son of a bitch. Well, I'm not planning anything. Get wrecked. Yeah, I know, there's just stuff coming up, like, too fast. Like, St. Patrick's Day's in 2 days, spring starts next week, Easter's coming up in a couple weeks, Jesus. The Mario movie's coming out. A couple of my IRL friends are having their birthdays in a couple of weeks. Which, it turns out the day that the Mario movie got pushed to is the day that their birthday is, so now one of my friends jokes, she's like, well, now I have to go see the movie. I'm like, yes, you do. Now it's a moral obligation. April 5th. So you actually can max out your tokens, oh my gosh. Alright, I'm just gonna briefly go check to see if I've got everything, otherwise I'll go back. Alright, so we got all the fish, cool. I'm gonna go back in to go redeem stuff, but then we'll be on our way.
Hey, Sonic, would you like to try?
Taking them all hostage.
Would you like to try?
That is gonna take so long to redeem. Why can't it just be like the other power-ups? Alright, cool. So we got a... Oh, right, that was the whole thing, was I saw there was a map progression thing over here, and then I got... Naturally, I got distracted by the fishing spot. Because I didn't realize it was going to be over here. Alright, so we got this. Time for Portal. Oh, I gotta redo this crap. Okay, cool, it just resets when you leave. Oh, no, Giselle, don't go that way. Ooh! No ring, run! No ring, run!
he's alone either. It's too late for an I'm sorry from either of us. Better to focus on making things right.
Welcome in, Dominic Timmons. Just leading to some more Sonic. We're in the final world right now, or the final island, rather. I think I just started it like maybe 10 to 15 minutes ago, so now we're just doing all the challenges, levels, and all that good stuff. This game definitely has been a ride and a half. I've been enjoying it. But yeah, hope you're doing well, and welcome into the stream. Poopy! No! I mean, I feel you on that one. I just moved to a new apartment, so I'm officially in the new setup. That was like one of my top priorities once I moved over here, was like, I gotta get the setup, so I'm ready to go this week. Alright, done. Yeah, amongst other stuff, but for sure that. Alright, so I gotta go back and find the first level. Well, to be fair, I did find it. It was just... I don't think I had that token to do it earlier. Hey, Sandslash, welcome in. And so is Uni. Yeah, speaking of Uni, yeah, I know, I heard that, Harry McIntyre commissioned Asu for some more emotes, which includes a Uni is the bus emote. I can't wait for that to actually take effect. It's exactly what it looks like, and it's pretty sick. Alright. Then we can go get the red one. Alright, sounds good. Will do. Okay, where's the first level? Okay, I can go talk to Sage over there. Yeah, I know, it's kind of disorienting, especially since there's some sections where you're just locked in, like, grid style. Okay, so it looks like I'm facing the right direction now. Okay, cool. Time to spam the boost button. Just checking the map every so often so I don't get lost. Especially when you don't have it filled out yet. I'm currently on the final island. I just did the 4th island, at the beginning of the stream, like getting the tower situated, so now I'm on the final stretch of the game. Oop. So I might potentially finish it tonight. I'll kind of see where I'm at. I typically go about 5 hours, so we'll just kind of see how close I am to the end at that point. If I'm really close, I'll push on, but if not, I'll probably just save it for a start of stream kind of thing on another day. Yeah, this is on the Switch. Okay, so... Whoa! Yeah, I'm not doing this one for a while. Jeez. Usually I've gotten so many of these, like, memory tokens by now that I just, like, I can just view whatever cutscenes I want with the characters. But no, it's like, no, but you actually need 132 to view this cutscene. I'm like, alright, fair enough, game. So, to be continued with that later. Alright, let's go warp to the Elder. Yeah, so probably my #1 gripe with this game is that, when you're getting the attack and defense power-ups, it's automatic. But for this one, you have to do it one at a time. For a total of 198 different power-ups between the ring capacity and the speed. It's like, and I don't want to waste too much time on the stream, but I kind of want to level up a little bit. Alright, I'll try 40. If I need to up it later, I'll do that. Yeah, I was gonna say, it kind of just baffles me. It's like, yeah, what? You did that with the attack and the defense. Why didn't you do that with the other power-ups? Seems like a weird choice. It's hopefully something they patch at some point, especially with... I think DLC's coming out for this game for what Todd and Mal said, but I'm not 1000% certain on that. Okay, there's the level. I gotta go back. Okay. Yeah, I wasn't sure. Okay, then I think it's down there. There's another one of these cyberspace levels. Yes, I've kind of explained this to people that have been coming into this... Oh no, I got trapped in this thing again, I'm screwed. Wow. Well, excuse me while I go kill Sonic, because I can't leave. There's probably a way to do this, I got stuck. But yeah, going back to what I was going to explain. So, kind of my general history with the franchise. Sandslash might know this a little bit from Zachman's streams. I don't know if I mentioned it while you've been on there. But, oh, it might be a parry. That's probably why it's showing me the parry thing, isn't it? God damn it. Of course. I swear, like, sometimes it's almost too simple with these solutions. I'm just used to problem solving with, like, very complex solutions. Sonic. So basically the gist is that, like, the only 2 Sonic games I had played before this that I hadn't played, like, maybe just only a level or 2 of, was Sonic Heroes, which I played the entirety of multiple times as a kid, and then a couple of worlds of Sonic Rush. That was it. So I was, like, explaining it to people at the beginning of the playthrough as, like, yeah, this is my experience, so if this looks wonky, that's why, but now that I got the gist of how to play this game, it's not as bad. Yeah, and I should mention, I played the GameCube version, because I know that's the next question people are going to ask, is which version did you play? Yeah, see, I enjoyed Sonic Rush, I think I was busy with the, a bunch of other DS games at the time. Most notably, the 2 Zelda, DS games. I played those a lot. I know a lot of people give crap to Spirit Tracks, but I enjoy it, fight me. And I will die on that hill. Character or team? Definitely Dark. They've got, like, the most personality, and I like the challenge of, like, the combat's the hardest. I still argue that technically I think the Sonic route is harder because the combat might be easier, but there is a BS platforming section in Mystic Mansion that involves very precise homing attacks. I've only 100% completed the game maybe once or twice, and I purposely saved Team Sonic for last because of that one moment. I could barely pull it off whenever I did it. Well, and then, of course, the part of the problem, too, is that this thing is, like, at the very end of the level, so if you die enough times, you go back to the beginning of the level, which is a whole time commitment and a half. Because basically the level, at least with Sonic and Dark, is that the level ends with, like, a challenge gauntlet where it, you kind of, like, utilize the skills of all 3 team members, your speed character, your power character, and your fly character. With Sonic, it's a bit easier where you're focusing more on platforming, well, easier in heavy air quotations, because of what I just described. And then, Team Dark, it's more about fighting enemies that are in that category. Well, what? Holy crap, those fall so fast! Trial and error time. As Futaba says, it's trial and error time. There we go. Nice. Yeah, I was gonna say, yeah, like I said, because, like, the harder combat and just, like, don't get me wrong, there's still hard platforming in that, but it's way more fair than Team Sonic's. Because both of those routes in the jungle level, at the end of the level, have this whole, like, vine swinging set. Oh, I saw a coin back there. They had a whole vine swing. Gosh darn it. That's why I hate the boost in this game sometimes. You just go flying off the rails. But yeah, both of them have this, like, vine grabbing section where it's gotta be at least 1 or 2 dozen vines in a row, but you're trying to run away from, like, a life-size alligator, or, like, a giant alligator, rather. And you have to be very precise, and also with these vine sections, you're doing it so that it's like Crash Bandicoot where you're going towards the screen. So if you're not precise, you're kind of screwed. That is all about trial and error, and then also, like, the Mystic Mansion section, it's at the end of that level, so if you die and, like, you're on your last life, you're doing it all over again. Well, of course, the last checkpoint is right before that, so you're doing the whole thing regardless. Ooh, we got gliders. Well, plus I know Team Rose is supposed to be the easy mode, which, back when I was, like, you know, 8 or 9 back when that game came out, that's what I started with because that was my first Sonic game. So I was like, okay, let's just test the waters, and then I'm definitely glad I did it. Oh my gosh, the cannons are in this game! Let's go! There's so many cannons and heroes, it's kind of nuts. I mean, it's probably a thing in the whole franchise, but like I said, I'm basing everything off heroes, and you're on the skateboard! What? They're throwing in so many things in this level. I mean, that's, like, legitimately how you play that game, is just, like, if you want it to be a true, authentic Sonic experience, you try to bail on the power and the fly characters as much as possible. I know it's possible, it's just, I know it makes it more difficult. Yeah, I was gonna say, yeah, Team Rose definitely is hand-holdy. It's supposed to be the easy mode, but like I said, for my child self, it was definitely needed. Also, my child self who had never played a Sonic game. Let alone a 3D Sonic game. Yeah, so you almost have to. And then, of course, I know people have mixed opinions on Chaotic. I thought the unique missions were fine. Like, any of those missions, I would 1000% take over that one platforming section in Team Sonic that I just described. Yeah, say Team Chaotix is probably my second favorite team in terms of, like... Oh, no, oh, right, the whole pairing thing. There we go. Oh, right, you gotta press it every single time. How many of these guys are there? Okay, 6. Alright, simple enough. Cool. Awesome. Whee! Okay, now where am I at? Go back to the Elder and Warp. Alright, cool. Yeah, I mainly was, like, talking about my, my experience with the franchise, because towards the beginning of the playthrough, there were some people that were coming in, like, primarily to watch Sonic Frontiers gameplay, not necessarily for me specifically. So I was, like, explaining that to them just to be like, hey, I have minimal Sonic experience, so, preferably no backseating. Which is why I unfortunately had to invoke the no backseating thing, because, someone got a bit backseaty a couple of weeks ago. It's like, I want to fail sometimes, that's the fun part of it, especially when it's 5 hours in, like, I want to live that authentic experience of being tired and after 5 or 6 hours of playing a game and trying to beat a boss, it's kind of a rush when you can pull it off. I totally haven't done that a bunch of times, not at all. What the heck? Haha! Well, it did something, I'm just not sure what yet. Might be relevant later, we'll find out. Whee! There we go. Oh man, that sucks. Ugh. Yeah, because that's the thing, like, it's not even just backseating the gameplay, it's like, they also spoil things. You're like, I know you're passionate about gaming, but it's like, I kind of want to experience some things blind, thank you very much. But at the same time, I don't, like, put the no spoiler tag, because that's just gonna incentivize some troll to spoil crap. Yeah, that's the nice part about my Persona 5 playthrough I'm doing right now, is I know the entire story, so no one can spoil it for me! That being said, I don't say anything for people that are experiencing the story blind. But I know I definitely worried about that a lot when I was playing Xeno 3, because I'm like, just the, for people who have played the game, it's like Chapter 5 going into Chapter 6. If that had gotten spoiled for me, I would have been upsetty like you wouldn't believe. Because the only prelude I knew going into it was my friend telling me that, like, you might want to start that section right at the start of your stream because it's going to go on for a couple of hours. And that was it. Which I'm definitely glad I did because it went about 6 hours. There's honestly a point I probably could have stopped before I did, but oh well. I mean, I get that. So I know I forget exactly who I discussed this with, might have been Jamie Shadow. We were contemplating on whether or not I should stream Sonic Heroes. The answer is, I'll get as far as I can. I cannot guarantee I'll be able to beat Team Sonic with my track record. I'm not opposed to doing it, it's just I am doing Team Sonic dead last. Like, I'd probably do Team Dark. Just, like, basically to play on hard mode, and then also just because Team Dark is my favorite route. But yeah, if I were to just commit to at least one route, I'd for sure do a Team Dark playthrough. The entire game, I'm not sure. Well, yeah, because I know especially Team Sonic and Dark can get a bit long, because the levels are longer, which that's what I always appreciated. And that was the cool part about playing Team Rose first when I was a kid, was playing Team Sonic and Team Dark later and being like, there's more to this level? Holy crap! Yeah, that is, it definitely gets really repetitive. Which, again, was the plus side about playing Team Rose first, because then you get the levels with more content afterwards, so then it doesn't feel like as much of a slog. At least when I was a kid. Nowadays, I'd probably just play, like, one route unless I was, like, that dead set on 100%ing it. Well, and of course, that's the other thing about 100%ing it, too, is that you have to do those levels where you get all 7 of the emeralds. Like, you cannot 100% beat the game until you do that. Doesn't matter what, team you play as, you just have to do it. Yeah, I was gonna say pretty much same here. Yeah, it's kind of, so kind of the whole thing about me just moving is like, I normally had a bookshelf with all my games on it, but we're currently moving the bookshelf into a different part of the apartment. So I currently have all my games in a box, so I was like, I was just gonna go look at the box and see what year it came out, but I'm like, nope, I actually have to check the internet until I get the box back. Alright, where am I? Again, there's a challenge that direction. Alright. Yeah, and that's the thing too, is like you have to hold the key the entire level, and more specifically on the second level of like a given area. The first one, like, it's just a bonus stage. But the second one is what matters. You have to hold the key the entire time. You cannot drop it, and like you said, there's one level where there's only one key. And that is your ticket to your one attempt at the level for that run. So it can get pretty brutal. Yeah, see, I thought the final boss was fine enough. Like, is it the coolest final boss I've ever experienced in my life? No. Which, of course, is another question, which I will answer, or attempt to answer, once I'm done with this time trial challenge. Come on, Sonic. Go! Ta-da! Remind me, is that the first Sonic Adventure game? Or is that the second one? Or, it'd probably be the first one, but I'm not sure. Okay, cool. Yeah, because like, from what I remember, I was pretty sure the first one was like the whole chaos fight, and then Adventure 2 is kind of more revolving with like that whole space situation and Shadow and Maria and all that stuff. I don't exactly know what the boss... Well, I know there were like multiple routes. I've only seen what that game's like based on like internet stuff, so I'm just like, this is what I remember. I'm not 100% sure on its accuracy. Feel free to correct me if I'm wrong, kind of a thing. Especially since some of those came out on like obscure consoles like the Dreamcast. Oh, that's what I've heard. Okay, so then there's a challenge. There's a couple challenges. Now I'll go this way. Yeah, I know, it's like, that's how you can tell it feels out of place. It's just like, yeah, just they feel like they tacked it on sometimes. Whee! Oh, I suppose that would make sense then. I mean, if you're gonna end the franchise, that probably seemed like the good point to do it. And then it kept going. Was there a game between Adventure 2 and Heroes? I forget. Because from what I understand, it kind of seemed like Heroes kind of continued the storyline to a certain extent. Okay. Oh, right, the party game. With the really funny soda machine game. That one still makes me laugh. Whee! So one of my favorite things they added to this game was air gliding. It was like a Wii Sports game at that point. I totally haven't played a lot of Wii Sports Resort. What are you talking about? Alright, so then we go that direction, I believe. Yep. And there's just a bunch of challenges, and I'm like, what order do I do it in? There's so much crap to do. Master Ninja. Yes, I've never personally played it myself, I just know about that. Oh. Missed the button press. Come at me, bro. Haha! Get wrecked. Chaos speed. Sonic speed, if you will. Try to get distracted by other things. Wow. Oh, not enough. It respawned. Why? This just feels like super hot right now with the colors. Yeah, so you cannot move, you're stuck. You just have to parry like you wouldn't believe. Whee! Pew! Yeah, the least stealthy ninja in existence. Yeah, give me that gear and get out of my sight. To quote Dr. Eggman, tag man in the fan dub before I piss on you too. Yes, I'm that one of those people that will just... I know people are just like, I like the franchise and like, don't laugh at it too much. I'm like, but I like the fan dub. And I will quote the fan dub, darn it. Yeah, a little bit. No! Sonic's being abducted! Yeah, like everything else, I'll definitely take things seriously for sure, but like there's gonna be some moments if I'm just like randomly platforming around and there's nothing serious going on, I'm like, I'm gonna have a good time with it. That's how I enjoy video games. Generally speaking. I mean, for Pete's sakes, I was doing that during Xeno 3. I was just like walking around with everybody. I'm like just making random jokes and everything as I see them. Yeah, I was gonna say that you just add like non-canon lore and it's hilarious. Hey, look, it's the blood moon. I mean, the meteor shower. I know I've made that joke like 5 times. I don't give a crap. Like I've said before in this playthrough, I got all 900 Korok seeds in Breath of the Wild. I think I've earned it to make that joke. Which, by the way, I do not recommend that you do. It's not worth it. As Gerard said, it's just for bragging rights and nothing else. Like, seriously, that video that he made on the game, I just felt so vindicated. It's like, this is how I feel. Ooh, nice. Yeah. Alright, thanks for stopping by, Sandslash, and enjoy your birthday if I don't get a chance to chat before that. Yeah, I was gonna say, it's definitely the ultimate challenge to do. I mean, I kind of gradually worked my way up to it and then did it. Yeah, because also I played the game multiple times as the DLC launched. Like, I think I did, like, the original game, and then Master Mode when that came out. And then regular mode with the Champions Ballad DLC, and then Master Mode. So I played it at least 4 times. And then 5 for when the Switch, or when I got the Switch version, because I got it on the Wii U. This was before I was going to get the Switch, because that was kind of around the time I was debating on whether or not to give up gaming, like, as for new games. And the game that sold me on getting the Switch was Mario Odyssey, and it did not disappoint. Then there were other games afterwards that I was like, I'm glad I got these, but, like, that was the game that got me to buy a Switch. But then eventually later on I did a 6th run where it was the 3 heart run. No, actually it would have been 7 then. 3 hearts for the regular because I wanted to work up to it, and then 3 hearts on Master Mode. So yeah, I did 7 runs of the game. I know one challenge I gotta try at some point is, basically doing a speed run, so to speak, where, like, you go straight to Ganon's castle with minimal prep, because usually I just do, like, getting the champions and getting, or, doing some of the side quests, like, I don't go straight to the castle. Yeah, I was gonna say, it's kind of, I'm trying to think if it's my favorite Mario game or not now, like, if it isn't, it's definitely up there. Because I know, the debate is whether or not I like it more than 3D World and Galaxy 1. And 2, let's throw that in there as well. Yeah, I'd say I would, so yeah, I'd say that is my favorite Mario game then now. Yeah, because I know that was the other game I was gonna start playing, once I was done with this and Dokapon. besides the other thing I'll mention in a minute or so, is, because it's like March and it's Mario month, I know I wasn't able to do any streaming on Mario Day because I was busy with the move. But I really wanted to play a Mario game, so I'm like, hey, why don't I play 3D World and then tack on Bowser's Fury, because I got that version of it now. So that was going to be one of the 2 games I play after I'm done with this and Dokapon. The other, I know, it's going to be kind of a similar challenge to what some people are doing right now leading up to Tears of the Kingdom, where they're trying to play as many Zelda games as possible before Tears of the Kingdom comes out. I'm doing that, but it's Pikmin. So I'm playing all 3 Pikmin games before Pikmin 4 comes out in the end of July. Definitely an easier challenge at this point, but still have to do all 3 games. So I'm going to be playing all 3 games on the channel leading up to Pikmin 4 coming out in July. Oh yeah, that'd be fun. I think the only time I've played multiplayer in that game is, I think when I was playing the demo with some friends. I'd totally be down. Alright, so we finally made it to the Hermit, so we can go drop this stuff off. Cool. Because I'm trying to think, because I know there's some levels you have to play as a certain character if you want to get all the power-ups. I usually just go Mario just to kind of get the standard challenge. When it came to the harder levels, like, especially the Champions Road, like, at least trying to figure it out the first time, I definitely played as Peach, just so I could get it. But then I tried it as the other characters afterwards, because I'm like, okay, now that I get the general gist of how this is supposed to go, let me try with the characters who can't float. Yeah, I don't know, that's the insane part too, is just, yeah, doing without taking a hit. It's basically like the, that ultimate challenge in Mario Galaxy, but then basically making it a challenge in 3D World. It's insane. Well, and then, of course, like, usually when I tackle Champions Road, I try to go in with a mountain of lives, because then if I take damage, and I want to have max health going into the next section, I basically just, well, to be fair, this only works if you're playing with 2 players. I basically just suicide the characters off the edge one at a time. Just they go back to, like, a normal health bar, or just having, like, not being the mini versions of the characters. What the? That was weird. Just so I'm more likely to survive. At least that's what I did initially. Then I started doing more challenging routes. This was, like, mainly my strategy for getting through it, like, the first time, especially with all the characters. Because that's the other part of 100%ing that game, is you have to do it with all 5 characters. Mario, Luigi, Peach, Toad, and Rosalina. Which, of course, I know that was part of the backtracking, too, is that, like, you don't get Rosalina until, like, after the main campaign, so you have to play through the entire game with Rosalina. I mean, at the bare minimum, you have to play the game twice, because, like, even if you have 4 people, you have to play the entire game as Rosalina. But yeah, of course, if you're playing it 1 player, you gotta play it 5 times, and so on and so forth. Yeah, it's like 2 players, you gotta play it 3 times. 3 players, you gotta play it twice. And then, yeah, 4 players, you gotta play it at least twice. No, it's still 4 players, unfortunately. The one exception is, like, the, there's, like, some 1-player sections with Captain Toad, which led on to Treasure Tracker. Oh yeah, there's still only 5 characters total. Yeah, I know that would have been cool if they had added a 6th character. I'm trying to think who they would have added. Bowser Jr., maybe? I don't know. Yeah, Wario would have been good, too. I was just thinking with, in terms of, like, tying into, Bowser's Fury, because he accompanies you in that game. Gosh, I gotta stop thinking about Pizza Tower. Because, like, now you're mentioning, like, yeah, well... Yeah, see, I fully played Wario World lately, and that, yeah, it's definitely a blast. But yeah, you mentioned the Wario games, and I'm just like, oh, I'm so tempted to play Pizza Tower! I'm probably gonna cave at some point and play it, knowing me. Is it not out yet? I thought it was out. Oh, okay. Okay, that was one sentence. I gotcha. Yes, I didn't even know about that game until right about release, but then there's been like some people I follow that are hyping it up like crazy. I'm like, I just gotta make sure not to pause the screen at the beginning because, if you're not aware, if you don't touch anything for 40 seconds on the title screen, you get jump scared. It was not pleasant. Yeah, but it's like a very subtle jump scare, but it's still a jump scare. Like, basically, you just, after 40 seconds, basically, Peppino is just, like, sitting in the dark, and then after 40 seconds, Peppino just goes in the dark, and then the game just crashes. It's the scariest shit when you're not expecting it. It's like, what the heck? To the point where some people, when they saw that, they were just like, nope, I'm not playing this game. Curse you, Peppino! Well, of course, as long as you touch something, then that doesn't happen. But yeah, if you touch nothing on the screen for 40 seconds, that happens. There we go. Nice. Yeah, man. Near, near, near. Come on, Sonic. Jeez. There we go. Oh, I suppose. Whee! Oh crap! Yeah, so this game definitely doesn't fail to keep you on your toes, because, like, there's just random stuff that comes up, like, last second, you're like, oh, you better jump on the switch, or press this button, otherwise you're screwed 7 ways to Sunday. And there's actually quick time events in the, some of the boss fights, too. You're just like, well, you better be prepared to press this one button in this exact moment, otherwise you're dead. Restart the entire boss fight. Oh, man. That's what it looks like, especially when you're stuck in a 2D plane. Okie dokie. Because again, there's too much crap to do in this game. I played a few levels of it, but not the whole thing, no. I was actually able to play for the first time at MagFest a couple months ago. I just never had access to it until then. Just, they had it on their gaming tables. I'm like, heck yeah, I'm checking this out. Ooh, it's another puzzle. Alright, let's see how this is gonna go. Yeah, I've heard a lot of people like playing as Tails. I mean, you might as well, because it's... You don't get to play as them in all games. It really does. Yeah, I was gonna say, it's a combination of Tetris, Portal, and Twilight Princess with the glitchy-looking effects. Okay, looks like... Then purple. Yeah, so I know there's a bunch of puzzle sections if you want to 100% complete the map, so you definitely gotta be good at your puzzles. Or decent at your puzzles. Hey, speaking of which, hey Jamie Shadow, welcome in. Earlier we were talking about how you and I had talked about potentially... Or I was gonna potentially stream Sonic Heroes at some point. I know you and I discussed that a couple months back. Teddy! Well, and the funny part, too, was about, like, some of these puzzles, because there's also, like, some light puzzles where you have to, like, step on platforms, and if you go off the edge or step on an extra space, you have to start over. There were puzzles like that the other day in Persona 5, and I'm like, everything's just been preparing me for, like, the future. These games are just building off each other, and I love it. Yeah, I was gonna say, yeah, I'm definitely planning on playing on it. Probably not in the immediate future, I know it's on the docket for this year, at least. I kind of have my next set of games queued up after this. Well, because once Persona 5 is done, I'm not gonna play any long games until Tears of the Kingdom comes out, so then it's just gonna be a bunch of shorter games going into April, so I might tack it on at that point. It's just, I know Persona 5 is going to probably go at least until next month, because I'm currently in the final phase of it. I just started the final phase. So that's going to be a bit... the end of the... No, it's going to be the first half for sure. I am not saving that until December. I would like to play that sooner. Oh, that's... Sonic gets too far. There we go. Oh. Okay, so I see that doesn't hit it at that angle. Gotta go a little further that way. Then... Oh, I see. Then you angle the final one. Gotcha. Teddy. Oh, Godspeed, Jamie. I was gonna say, I don't know if you saw my playthrough of that, but let's just say I had to level grind a little bit. Even like this far into the game, because I'm like I said, I'm basically how the phrase is, I'm done with the vanilla game, and I'm currently playing the royal content without spoiling it too much. That still, I think, was the hardest boss fight in that game, up until this point. Jesus. But yeah, the two games I have coming up, because I'll likely finish this, like, this week or next week, as well as Dokapon Kingdom, which I'm currently playing through. My next lineup is going to be, some people are basically doing a challenge where they're, like, Jiggy, who are, like, they're trying to play every single Zelda game before Tears of the Kingdom comes out in May. I'm doing a similar challenge, except it's with Pikmin games. So I'm going to be playing the entire trilogy before 4 comes out in July. Okay, I don't have a 3DS. The original trilogy, and that's it. Not Hey Pikmin, unfortunately. I just never got a 3DS because I prioritized other stuff, because by that point I was paying for everything. And the phone game. Yeah, I should specify that the original trilogy on the consoles, or the home consoles. Alright, so that's a time trial. Let's go over there. Or just to be funny, we could tack on the Nintendo Land, the Pikmin section of that. Hey, if time permits, I'll do it. That'd be hilarious. But I'm gonna prioritize the original trilogy first. Okay. Oh, shoot. Oh, no! Son of a bitch. So yeah, that's gonna be... I'm just gonna play all those in a row. Alright, I gotta do the time trial over again. Gotta figure out where that's located. There it is. Yeah, pretty much. Yeah, I know at some point I gotta play Luigi's Mansion 1 and 3 on the channel. I mean, to be fair, I'm definitely gonna save it for a given October. I might try to at least play one of them this October. We'll see what happens. Because I know it's like the month goes by pretty quick, and trying to realistically only put like 3 games in a given time period. Well, because last year I prioritized a bunch of Castlevania games, and then Twilight Princess. Those were the 2 main ones I played. Oh, no. Oh, man. How far are you into the game? Yeah, I was gonna say, for me, it's... Yeah, I guess nothing really beats the aesthetic of the first game, because, like, it was spooky in its own right. Like, the third game was, like, it was a lot of fun, and I'd say the gameplay was more fun, but it didn't have as much of a spooky, like, it kind of, like, felt a bit more, like, I guess, like, kid-friendly in terms of the spooky aesthetic, whereas 1 kind of hammered a bit more home into the horror aesthetic. Yeah, cartoony. Yeah, I guess the graphics on Luigi's Mansion 1 looked a bit more realistic, not to mention some of the things that well, they're just rumored to be in the game, they're not actually in the game, like the whole, like, shadow in the telephone room that looks like Luigi's hanging himself. No! Like, yeah, that definitely didn't give me nightmares after finding that out. It's basically the way the shadow looks at a certain angle. It's not they did not program it like that, it's just a coincidence. As far as I'm aware. Unless they're just trolling us. Oh, okay, I see. Let's go with T-posing. I like that mental image a lot more. Whew. There we go. Where am I going? What the? It doesn't even show you where you're gonna land. What kind of crap is that? Alright. Nothing beats T-posing. Alright. But yeah, that final section, you couldn't even tell where Sonic was gonna land. The camera angle was just not the best. I mean, I definitely get that. I just decided to go cold turkey, and I played it on the Wii. Back when I was a kid, I always played it on the GameCube because that was just the version we always had access to. So then I just decided when I bought the game for myself, because I'd always play it at a relative's house, I just get the Wii version. And I keep forgetting it's mirrored. The first time I completely forgot it was mirrored. Because the guides I looked at back in the day were of the Wii version, so whenever I'd play the game, I'd have to be like, okay, this is where I'm trying to go, but it's mirrored. Because otherwise I get super confused. yeah, I was gonna say I know it's because of the whole left-handedness thing. Okay, definitely go slower this time. Because I do not know where this is gonna poop Sonic out. Oh, what the heck? What? What? He goes in a ring upside down. What? Oh, I'm not saying that. I mean, I know we're just joking, but I was like, no, it's not so that. It's just... Fair enough, too. And although in this game, I know he can drown, so... I don't know if he can breathe in space in this one. Well, yeah, and I know that's also, like, common Sonic lore, is that he can drown. I mean, he drowns. I know any being is capable of drowning, it's just he's known for drowning. Ooh. Yeah, I know this challenge, you definitely want to go a little slow, but you don't want to go too slow. Because you're on a time limit. Alright, made it past that section. Okay, so now I know I gotta jump up. Okay. There we go, just gotta change directions. There we go. And then... bam. Pretty much. Because consistency. Okay, where are we going next? Okay, so there's a level down there. Alright. Wee! Alright, where's the level at? Back this way. There we go. Oh, I need 3, so I gotta come back to this later. Let's head here. But, oh yeah, so that was the other game I was gonna play, after I'm done with these two shorter games. Is gonna be Super Mario 3D World and Bowser's Fury. Because I wanted to do something for Mario Month. I know I'm just getting to it a bit late, but it's fine. It's what happens when you move. Time flies like you wouldn't believe. Okay, so that's a nighttime challenge. So come back to that later. Not the piss water! Sonic has, or excuse me, Eggman hasn't infected this place yet. Or Death Water. Oh yeah, I forgot about that. Oh, we're going to the crater. We're flying! Something clearly happened there. Oh yeah, I forgot about that too! The poison water. Yeah, that is a grape I would flavor thing I would never eat. Because I would die. Nice combo! Not anymore, unfortunately. As one would expect. Oh yeah, we're all the way over here now. Okay, there's a level. So it looks like that is likely where the boss is. Well, no, there's a level over there. It just must just be sealed off for now. Alright. I'm guessing this will be a relevant thing later. Oh, I forgot about that too. There's all sorts of water. Not all of it's edible, unfortunately. Or drinkable, I suppose. Whee! Pretty much. Okay, it's a parry challenge. Honestly, I feel like they're too generous with the parry challenge time, because it's like, yeah, if you know what you're doing, it only takes like 5 seconds. That should be like 10 to 15 seconds for the final area. But, oh well, I'll take it. Oh, I suppose that's probably what ramps up the difficulty. Whee! Okay, it looks like another time challenge. Yeah, I suppose I gotta get caught up on rings because I lost so many earlier. Okay, that's where we're headed. Gotcha. Oh. Nope. There we go. Boom. Yeah, I know that's why a lot of people compare this to Breath of the Wild, because you're like, yeah, as cool as everything is, the world's kind of empty. How would it be in peril constantly, because that's fun, and terrifying at the same time. It really is. Okay, so that's deep enough where you can drown. Okay, then we got another challenge up the hill. Can you remind me what G4 is? I might have, I'm just not sure. Okay, yeah, okay, that's what I thought. I did a little bit, not too much. I know there were so many things with acronyms back in the day. I was like, I just wanted to make sure we were on the same page about what you were talking about. Doesn't help that there was a movie that came out like in the 2000s called G-Force. So many G's. Yeah, with the hamsters. I was gonna say, you can tell what era I grew up in because there's a bunch of random obscure movies. Some movies I know the general public knows about, and some I swear I came up within a fever dream, but then I found out later they actually exist. Alright, where's the sphere? Go, Sonic! Ah, Poopy. What are you doing, Sonic? You blew it! Yeah, I swear it was just the, it was like the MO of growing up in, like, or being born in, like, the mid to late 90s. It's just, like, we grew up with everything! It just... We remember, or for me, it's like, I remember the stuff my brother, my older cousins and everything grew up with the older crowd, and then... Yes, I'm a 96er myself. And then, yeah, on the flip side, then it's like, I was young enough to grow up with the internet. Or I was, yeah, before I got to be too old. So I was around, like, during very early internet stuff, and then as it kind of grew up, so I'm, like, very accustomed to internet stuff even now. To the point where, like, I talk to older people about it, they're like, the frick are you talking about? Like, alright. And then, of course, on the flip side, I try to talk to younger people about the older stuff, which is like, I live in a time paradox, I swear. Oh, yeah. all those computer games, Neopets, Club Penguin, Pop Tropica. I'm probably missing a couple. Oh yeah, the Spy Kids Flash games. Because I feel like that's kind of what more so I feel like defined people our age anyways, which is, if you're ever growing up with like those early internet games, or internet games, I feel like it's a staple. See, Webkins is another one I grew up with too. Of course, that one you actually had to pay money because you needed the stuffed animals, but again, coins. But yeah, that was definitely my childhood, to the point where I was surprised that it still exists. Go figure. Oh yeah, Sim City, jeez. The Sims in general. And then My Sims, which I know some people hate, but it's like, I don't care, I thought it was fun. Oh yeah, that's a flashback. Yeah, it's like, these are definitely some games I probably shouldn't have been playing when I was a small child, but I did it anyways because, one, screw it, two, I was hanging out around a bunch of relatives and my brother who were like 5 to 10 years older than me, so it's like, well, it's either hang out with them or be bored talking to the older adults. And naturally I chose the former. Yeah, that checks. Yeah, I know, my main thing is I was watching, okay, to be fair, this was also because of my brother. He's like, hey, have you heard this guy called the Angry Video Game Nerd? I'm like, no, what's that? He showed me the video when I was like 9 or 10. I'm like, Jesus. I should not have been watching that stuff at that age. Although it kind of set the tone in a sense. Thank goodness I had, street smarts when it came to the internet, because I know, like, many people I could have easily taken advantage of for how young I was watching stuff on the internet. Which, that's why I always advise people, like, make sure you have street smarts when it comes to the internet, because, there's some weirdos out there. Oh, yeah. Yeah, I was talking to some people about, like, the early internet days. It's like, there's a Let's Player, well, several people on my channel follow the same kind of group of people called the Runaway Guys. They're like, it's, 3 YouTubers, Chugga Conroy, Nintendo Capri Sun, and Proton John. They kind of have, like, a multiplayer channel. Chugga Conroy is the first person okay, you do, cool. I was like, I don't know how much I should explain this before, because to be fair, there's some people who come in and, like, have no idea who any of these people are. They're just here for, like, the game specifically, and that's it. Oh yeah, I definitely remember that. Well, because I know I feel bad, because people talk about Tim all the time. I just didn't grow up with Tim. I've only been watching his stuff recently. Yo, yeah, he's still doing stuff. Yo, yeah, like, I mean, I know he is, because he's over, like, 1 million subs. His videos constantly get a ton of views. I think he's, like, the most... In that whole group, I think he's, like... He might be the second most popular in terms of views. The first being the 8-Bit Drummer, because that dude is very popular. To the point where I was super excited when they started doing collaborative stuff, because... That was because, like, I definitely started following him before he started collabing with those guys, and that was pretty cool. Yeah, well, and that was the thing, too, is, like, that was his big project, like, in 2021 going into last year, was playing Xenoblade Chronicles 2. He wrapped that up, and then the most recent project he did was replaying Paper Mario 1. He just wrapped that up, I want to say, within the last week or so. Oh, yeah, that dude. Yeah, that dude. Good content. Alright. You stupid Coco, let me get you. Yeah, well, and then, of course, like, the weirdest part, too, about that whole the whole, like, being around the internet that long is just like, oh yeah, remember when these people were making content, or remember, like, these things that used to exist before all these scandals, because, like, I remember, like, bunch of the scandals that happened with a bunch of people's stuff, and I'm just like, now just looking at the people who, like, as of right now, are scandal-free, it's just like, oh my gosh, you guys, like, waved some massive storms. Oh yeah, especially the YouTube poop stuff. Oh yes, yeah, especially just because, like... Yeah, I just feel like it was a bit, like, a bit more niche and, like, less people were involved. I mean, I'm not opposed to more people being involved because I feel vindicated in my life for more people, especially younger people, getting into it. Because, at least where I was, it wasn't, like, the most conservative area on the planet, like, far from it, but it was still enough to the, or, like, well, okay, like, that, I guess conservative is not the right word. Okay, yes, it was to an extent, but more so, like, if you kind of didn't like what was considered to be normal, you were ostracized. I know that's not an uncommon thing, but it was the case where I lived. So that included video games and internet stuff. It did not matter what the content was. It could have been about things that jocks and popular kids like makeup tutorials and sports stuff, and it still would have been considered nerdy and niche. It didn't matter what the content was, it just the medium itself was ostracizable. So, naturally, I did not talk about, well, I talked about video games, like, with the people who, like, were into that stuff. Like, that wasn't as ostracizable, as, like, YouTube and the internet was, because, like, this was kind of the whole caveat of, like, growing up around the time that it was starting.
Harvest all you need from the island to succeed. Seek the one you call Elder Coco to enhance your speed and vitality. Seek the one you call Hermit Coco to exchange one for the other, or making offerings to raise your strength and resilience. Use your companions to better navigate the island. Enter the verbal portals to find the keys and resources you need. All will aid you in your journey.
It's weird that they're explaining this on the final level. Like, you think this would be something that she explains at the beginning, especially since I think it's kind of implied she's the antagonist at this point. But anyways. Jeez. But yeah, like I said, just no one really talked about it in grade school, so there was just like, I definitely had stuff to talk about with people I knew. It's just, that was kind of a deep part of who I am as a person that I just had to bury so deep whenever I went to school, which was just the saddest thing. Which is why college was great, because then I could actually start talking about it with people that weren't my family, my really close friends. And also why I was like so excited to start streaming on Twitch, because it's like, I can start talking about this crap, and I can just... everything that I just buried so deep, I can just finally let out in random bursts. Alright. Yeah, I know there's so much of the island I haven't explored yet. Well, plus I know some of the challenges I can't do because they're nighttime challenges. See where I can warp back to. That is oh, wait, can I warp here? Heck yeah! I can go to the other side of the portal. Sweet. Might as well talk to him while I'm at it. Well, plus it's just kind of a nice time for me to relax, because, like, well, and then, of course, I know just, like, yeah, with college and work and beyond, it's like, people are more open to talking about it. It's just they're not necessarily going to get it necessarily all the time, but just because I know different people have different priorities, it just seems like a lot of people in my area are just all about sports and, how do I phrase this without being, I mean, I know I'm at that age, and even like, later than that age, where, like, you know, people want to, like, you know, get together in a, in that way. Like, I get it. It's just, I'm not about that life right now. So I'm actually, like, out of college and I'm, like, in the workforce. That was the whole thing, was I was gonna finish college, get all my loans paid off, and then start. So I've only been streaming since last June. But yeah, I don't know how they did it, because I know there's, like, a lot of YouTubers back in the day that, like, started in college and started in, like, high school, and even before that. I'm like, how do you do that? Yeah, exactly, like, yeah, you rush content, because, like, and I know I can't even do everything just because, like, I have to commit 43 hours a week to work. Like, I'm gonna have to make sacrifices in order to get everything in that I want, because it's not just these two things, it's also, I do cosplay, I do artwork, and then also just, like, making sure I take care of myself and everything. It's just, it's a balancing act like you wouldn't believe. And then, yeah, then of course there's the baking and the cooking streams, which, that's why I try to stick to once a month, because I, just to get it in, because I want to, but I know that, like, doing it significantly more frequently is just gonna, not that it's gonna cause stress or anything, but just, like, I might not have time to plan it is all. Someday I will finish that. I'm still sad about that. Like, I'm not even joking, like, the week or so after that playthrough quote-unquote ended, I saw people, like, streaming it, and they were, like, finishing the game and fighting the final boss, and I'm just like, someday. Yeah, the next time I attempt that, it's definitely gonna be on the Nintendo Switch, because, I don't want the game to crash again. A little bit. Well, because, like, that's how that stream started, too, because, like, at the very last minute, I was like, I gotta figure out a new game to play. Because I did not think I was gonna have this queued up until next week. Alright, let's go back here. Let's play Banjo-Tooie before that. First, I had to get Banjo-Tooie. Nuts and bolts. Alright, I can't look at the map while this caterpillar's in range. Be gone! The Banjo Pilot! Oh my gosh. It's been a while since I've heard that phrase. Okay. Oh yeah, Gruntilda's Revenge. Run, Sonic, run! Yeah, it sounds about right. Yeah, I think I mentioned before, but it's like I know the, I vaguely knew about that franchise before a couple of years ago, but I really didn't know about it until a few years ago. Specifically about all the sequels. Because the thing is, like, I remember my brother owning a bunch of Banjo-Kazooie stuff. He just never got the game for some reason, or, like, he must have just rented it from the store, I'm guessing. Because I was, like, looking through the N64 collection, I was like, nope, we just didn't own it, so then I just got it afterwards. Oh my gosh. Yeah, I mean, just like the game's not even counting some of the merch, is just, yeah, ridiculously expensive. Okay, so then I need this yellow brick. Then what brick do I need next? Okay, so that's flat. Okay, so I think this one goes next then. Yeah, pretty much. Alright, then we got the black. Wait a minute. Wait a minute. Wait a minute. Almost got me, game. Can't trick me. I'm the puzzle master, and you best not forget it, you darn game. Okay, so then there's a thing over here. Wow, I didn't even realize it had multiplayer. I'll have to look into that at some point. Because, of course, the main thing I knew from that game is, well, yeah, I mean, it's not a spoiler for you necessarily, but spoiler alert, Bottles dies at the beginning of the game. That was the main thing I knew from that game. It was just like, it shocked me so much when I found that out. I was like, wait, what? Holy crap, why did this go so hard out of nowhere? I was gonna say a little bit. And then meanwhile his family's just like, where's Bottles? And then Banjo just has to say nothing because they don't want to traumatize them before they can bring him back to life. Oh yeah, that part of it too. It's like, well, of course, like, all the people that gave crap to Bottles are just like, some of them probably just felt vindicated, but other people are just like, no! Why would you do this to poor Bottles? Challenge. Well, because I know that's going to potentially trigger a quick time thing with the Titan. I mean, you're not wrong. Some people are gonna hate that, but you're not wrong. Come on. Gimme. Alright, I gotta hold the button. There we go. Cool. Cool. That definitely is true, though. Alright, so then I believe this might have been one of these were nighttime base. Let's head over there. Okay, where am I going? Oh, I went back towards the shoot. And I'll try it again the next time it's nighttime, it's fine. There's gotta be some kind of a challenge over here. And actually, let's go talk to the hermit, and then let's go ahead and move the plot along a little bit. Yeah, I was gonna say, like, from Grunty's perspective, it was smart. It's just... It works out for Grunty, but not for everyone else. Alright, another emerald. Divine Sage. Kunoichi. Which I say, no thank you, sir. I've got crap to do. Shortcut. I know, you gotta love video game logic sometimes. Yeah, keep your stupid emeralds away from me, darn it.
So did cyberspace actually interact with my brain?
It was designed to catalog neural networks, among other things. So yes.
Hear me out. Do you think all those locations I visited were pulled from my memories?
That is possible. It imported the data of your memories and applied it to your surroundings, so you could comprehend them.
That gave me the edge I needed to escape each time. I was covering familiar ground. Go me.
Yeah, one of the most satisfying things about doing those puzzles is that you can basically just take massive shortcuts.
I believe you can proceed once you find a way to activate the starting device and power the statue.
Would have been smoother sailing if we'd been working together from the start.
When we had to give it to the AI program.
Do you know how to activate the starting device?
I've figured out everything else up until now, haven't I? Don't sweat it.
It's like, I'm totally a technical genius, just watch. Pretty much. Healing's like, what the heck, man? And then there's the Belmonts who were like, I could have used that for weapon ammunition, you piece of crap! or money, depending on the game. Pretty much. Well, then, of course, there's the other thing, is he part of the Phantom Thieves? Now I'm just trying to imagine what Sonic's persona would be like. Normally I'd say his code name would be Speed, but that just sounds bad because I know it's the name of a drug. It really is a persona at that point. Persona. To be fair, they could have just called it that by proxy because there's a cat in the game. Kablooey! Persona! Because I know there's not too many personas that are like, I would qualify as a fursona. I mean, there's that one guy who looks like the Cheetah Men, but... That's the only one that comes to mind off the top of my head. There's probably others, but I just remember the guy that looks like a Cheetahman. We do not question it. Not at all. Chester Cheetah of Persona. Okay, so that's how we get to that island. It's, we had to make a bridge via attacking. So we couldn't even explore the whole place until now, even if we wanted to. Yeah, where's Tails? Oh, right.
The way is clear. We must acquire the Chaos Emeralds with expediency.
You got it, Sage. We've run into each other so many times, but I only recently learned your name. You could have told me sooner.
We were enemies. Furthermore, my name holds no meaning.
Sure it does. Eggman named you that for a reason. That means you're important to him.
You think he cares about me?
Sure.
In his own way.
Let's wrap this up.
What is this word? Yeah, I swear that comes up in video games often enough where it's like, yeah, good luck trying to spell this word. I mean, there's definitely some words I learned because of video games. Especially back in the day when I was a kid, and of course, like, we wouldn't learn about it in school until, like, years later, and they'd just be like, oh, yeah, so I knew this from that. Good times.
Alien tech, but it's still a bit weird to me. Like, why are the villages missing when everything else is so detailed?
The ancients had a difficult time adapting to this world, adjusting to the new flora and fauna, dealing with technological incompatibilities. Their settlements were under constant revision. The map was designed for universal knowledge of the islands and their facilities.
I guess that makes sense. And it's probably a good idea to limit the info to make sure whoever can access it can be trusted first.
Yeah, Sonic's like, stop for 5 seconds, would you? Jeez. So much echo. He's like, and now it's raining, as if this day couldn't get any worse. Alright, boys. Yeah, and the rain echoes, jeez. Okay, there's another challenge and a level. Lots of stuff over here for me to do. And some coinage for the road. Yeah, I really need to grab some of those gears at some point. It would become super cursed then. There we go. TNT. So yeah, speaking of those puzzle sections I mentioned earlier, here's one of them. As soon as I grab some cocoa. Alright. Cool. Oh no, he starts drowning on land. Jeez, that said this game couldn't be more horrific in that sense. Oh wow, this mini island's kind of expands a bit on the map. Jeez. This is like the biggest middle finger to Link in Breath of the Wild. It's like, haha, I can climb this and you can't suck it. In the rain. He can just climb it like it's nothing and he doesn't slide down it. Okay, so there's the green emerald whenever we have enough keys. Okay, so that goes that way. Whee! Well, to be fair, he's going so fast it probably almost negates that whole effect. Whereas Link's climbing that so slowly that it's actually affecting him as a result. Not that I blame you, Sonic. Not that I blame... Okay, so that's a nighttime challenge. Oh gosh, imagine if you had that happen in the sky, and then there were, like, clouds that randomly showed up, like, at different, sky levels. Oh, that would suck. Like, lower down you get the effects of the rain, but higher up you're fine. Oh man, that too, yeah, the whole ice mechanic. Sweet. Oh, it thinks I'm in combat, so I gotta run. Oh, almost went off the cliff. Oh, and lava, jeez. Gusts of wind that can randomly knock you off. Well, of course, speaking of which, that'd be cool if, like, you could, utilize the Divine Beast, like, you could use Vaughn Meadow to, like, get to certain areas, that'd be cool. Oh gosh. Not again! So there's 2 levels over here. Yeah, I definitely need those gears. Okie dokie. There's probably gotta be at least another challenge on this island. I just know the one that I found was, nighttime only. Oh. Oh god, I mean, you know they're gonna add that back in. Like, if it's gonna be if it's gonna be a similar game to that, I'm 95% certain that's gonna return as a feature. If it doesn't, I'd be shocked. Made it! Haha! Oh yeah, because those kept breaking too. It's like, not again. Well, of course, even the Master Sword would break, it would just recharge. So it looks like there's 9 levels in this area. Yeah, pretty much spamming the boost button like you wouldn't believe, just to get going faster. Armor break? Oh no, that would suck. More fishing.
Hey, Sonic. Welcome back. Would you like to try? I'll let you borrow a rod.
I wasn't actually gonna chuck the controller. Make sure your wrist strap is on. Hey, I got a tire. Woohoo! Which is bigger than big. What the heck? Oh gosh, no! Midstream, Jesus.
Would you like to try?
Okay, now for the real reason I'm here. Okay, so that's sold out. Hey, that's all that matters. It's still going. Make it stop. Hey, that's all that matters too. As long as nothing broke and you won, there you go. Yeah, I know. I'm just like, it was fine that they involved they included golf. But it was just like there was just so much more stuff in the yeah, now we go to multiple emeralds. Woohoo! Yeah, I know, that was one of my favorite parts about the original game was the boxing. So many portals in the sky. Yeah, I thought that would have been perfect. Alright, so there's a level up there. I know that there's... Well, of course, like, I definitely think Bomberman probably deserved it more just because he had his own, like, unique franchise and everything, but, like, I know there's that joke for the longest time that... Well, to be fair, I know they were both assist trophies, so at least they were in a sense. But yeah, I know there's that whole joke for the longest time. Is like, is this when Waluigi's gonna be a playable character? I mean, at least he's in Mario Party, so he's got some going for him, and the sports games. What I think would have been cool is, like, at the bare minimum, just, like, update Wario's final smash so that Waluigi's part of it. I thought that would have been cool. Yeah, that would have been sick. Whee! Haha! Ooh, mama! Gotta go fast indeed. Curse you, Eggman. Oh, there's a coin. Nope, Sonic, no. That's Sonic, there we go. Oh gosh, it's collapsing. Whew. Made it. Haha. Wow, if I had found that final coin, that would have been a perfect run. Nice. Just find it funny how his legs get blurred when he's like running around in the training zone. Oh gosh, no! That's definitely in a horror game for sure. Okay, so now we go to the Silver Emerald. So many colored portals, so little time. Alright, then there was a level on the other side. Well, plus I know there's a nighttime challenge we can do right now, so let's go ahead and knock that out. Robotics like you darn kids and your and your speed, but again, I know that's a drug, so. Okay, where's this challenge at? Somewhere around here. There it is. Yeah, he really would be. Oh gosh. Everyone's like, check your DMs. I'm like, oh boy, what hath thou wrought upon my DMs? Noise. Okay, let's... Okay, so yeah, Sand Slashes would... Okay, so yeah, I saw this on Twitter. So, someone who does a lot of Xenoblade cosplay, her name's Kat, I think Emil interacts with her pretty often enough, apparently she designed a Noah prop sword with the Lucky 7 sword that can come out of the sheath for one of her friends. Although she's like, yeah, I'm just gonna borrow the cosplay so I can use them. Like, I would. She did Mio recently in addition to Pyra. So that's what Sandslash was showing me. I'm like, I saw that tweet earlier. I'm like, heck yeah, let's go. So then what did you send me is the question. Was it something that was besides that, or was that it? Alright. Almost filled out most of the island, cool. Alright, that's where we're headed next, is that level. Unless you meant Twitter DMs. Oh, Jesus. Alright, sounds good. Nothing you need to be concerned about, Dominic. Just something that's in the know in a mutual friend group. You are good to go. It's nothing that serious, but I mean, okay, it's kind of serious, but it's not like that serious. Yeah, I was gonna say, if it involved you, I would let you know. Well, of course, at that point, it would just involve the chat in general. No, trust me, if it involved you, I would be straight up and just be like, X. X, Y, and Z. I don't beat around the bush with people. I'm just like, I mean, unless it was like that private or something, then at that point I would just be like, check your Discord DMs or Twitter DMs. Hopefully it would never come to that. That'd be scary crap. Yeah, no, I definitely tried to myself. Like, it's kind of just one of those things where, like, drama happened when I was in, like, 8th grade, and basically that friend group did no longer exist, so I'm almost dead. And then just avoided it like the plague in high school and succeeded, which was amazing. And then just avoided it ever since, because I'm like, yeah, just preferably never again with that crap. I've been miserable enough, I don't need to be miserable anymore. Yeah, unfortunately. Yeah, because I know there was a, I don't know if you were around for this story, but, basically there was a, whole thing that happened with my extended, oh crap, I missed. With my, my extended family, where basically I'm going to refer to it as the inheritance debacle. Basically, once my mom's parents passed away, the siblings just did not handle the inheritance properly, and some of them ended up turning out to be pretty greedy buttholes. So I'm just like, yeah, I kind of would just prefer if things were quiet after that. Yeah, and of course this was like years ago too, so I was younger when I experienced this. I swear, you don't necessarily know people, even your relatives, until stuff like that happens. Like, you find out very quickly if the parents were holding that family together or not. Like, there's just no signs up until that moment. Like, even when the parent, or even when, like, the parent is still, like, alive, and even if they're sickly, there's still no signs. So yeah, like I said, I just, like, for stuff like that, I just try to avoid drama and everything, and just, my life's much happier for it. Oh, crap. I mean, I know it'll be calmer, like, just in comparison, because I know that was 5 siblings, and I know for me, it's just my brother and I. But, like, I basically just told him, it's like, I know this is not gonna happen for decades, but, like, eventually when this comes to pass, you and I need to be as civil as possible about this so that we do not repeat the mistakes of those guys, because, that was basically the perfect tutorial of what not to do during an inheritance, situation. Of course, meanwhile, on my dad's side, it was a lot calmer, because it was, well, of course, that was a whole other situation, it was mainly for his dad, because his mom unfortunately passed away from brain cancer, like, a couple decades prior, so, like, they dealt with that inheritance before I was born. So, of course, just, like, pretty much the inheritance was just, like, going through his apartment, and that was about it. And I think they did it in, like, an afternoon, and then just, like, divvied out the financial resources. Like, it was, that was pretty much the what to do in an inheritance as opposed to not. So it was a night and day difference. Whee! Donkey. Whee! Colored circles. Ooh, we got some gun planes. Heck yeah. I know we saw him in cutscenes, we just never had to face him until now. There we go. Okay, so there's a coin. Oh, shoot! You're telling me for sure. Yeah, it's like that, I mean, that whole situation's why I despise greedy people. I'm like, there's definitely worse crimes in the world for sure, but that's still up there for me. Like, it's higher on my list for that reason. So dead. I was gonna say, like, honestly, I feel like it hits different when it's, like, people in your generation. Like, I know for me it was a bit different, because, like, all the guilty parties were, like, in my parents' generation, so, like, meanwhile, my cousin's brother and I were just kind of, like, cleaning up the aftermath, in a sense, and we're just like, how do we deal with this? Because now our parents hate each other. So, well, and of course, like, it was bad timing, too, because one of my cousins passed away, like, a year later. That was the most awkward funeral I have been to in my life. Because basically everyone just had to be civil and go from there. Crap. Yeah, I mean, to be fair, we kind of, like, stopped talking to most of that family for a while for that reason, and some of them honestly just don't get that they were being greedy. They thought they were being reasonable. That's the bad part about that whole situation. Okay, be careful. Ah. Come on. Okay, ooh, we got a tank. Heck yeah. Okay. More tanks. Shoot. And go. Shit. Oh yeah, well, and the thing is, like, things are good with my immediate family, so, like, that's not the problem. It's the extended family. Yeah, and of course, that's what we all had to tell each other after a while. It was like, yeah, we still got the immediate family, and then meanwhile, everything on my dad's side's good to go, so... Plus, we all got, like, enough friends and neighbors. We're just like, it doesn't really matter that much if things are crappy on that end. Of course, it's not something we realized initially. It took a bit, but still. Well, plus, it's kind of just one of the caveats of being one of the younger cousins, too, is kind of just being, like... I think it hit the older cousins and my brother a bit harder because they, like, a lot of them were about that age and closer, whereas, like... Me and my cousin Ben, who's 3 years younger than me, it's like, it kind of just hit a bit different for us, because we're like, great. Well, of course, he was even worse for him, because he was a minor at the time. Like, the rest of us were, like, at least into adulthood, at least, I mean, I barely was, but still. But yeah, he was still a teenager at the time, so, like, I'm like, great, that's gotta be lovely for your mental health and all that good stuff. Well, and of course, this is the same family who lost a cousin, so, and yeah, and that was the thing within the span of a couple years after that, he lost his brother and his father. I'm just like, this, like, pretty much, like, before he turned 20 for the most part, I'm like, this poor kid. Which is definitely why he's one of my role models, and same thing with his mother, because, like, how you can just be that positive and caring and kind amongst that much tragedy, I'm like... I should mention both of them were just due to diabetes. My cousin had type 1 and my dad, or his dad had type 2. Yeah, that's why I don't joke around, or, yeah, when people are, like, trying to joke about, like, diabetes and stuff, I take that crap seriously, because I've seen what it does to a person. It's not pretty. Like, without getting into too many of the details, if you have it bad enough, you literally, your body starts to rot. It's disturbing. Alright, so... Yeah, you thought you weren't dead before. You're dead now. Well, and of course, like, that's kind of part of it, too, is, like, my remaining, like, cousins and my brother and I just, like, really try to, for the most part, try to be as healthy as possible. Between that and the fact that a decent amount of my relatives are not they're obese. I'm not going to beat around the bush on that. Been that way since childhood, and it hasn't changed since then. Well, especially with, like, me and video gaming and everything, it's really important that I get out and, like, get exercise and I eat properly, because, like, I do not want to end up like that ever. I know, it's a slippery slope. I don't cut it out entirely, I just kind of, it's more of a reward, if anything. It's like, oh, you got through a grueling work week, or, hey, you did this, like, you celebrated, like, I don't know, birthday or something. Like, it's not an all-the-time thing, which honestly just makes it more special because of how infrequent I have some of that stuff. Wait, what? Oh, you have to jump. Very delicately. Oh, so you have to grab it from that square. I see how this works now. Okay. Got it. Yeah, I was gonna say, my main thing is, well, especially over, like, the peak years of the pandemic when everyone was isolated, like, I definitely made it a priority. Like, I actually got a kettlebell and, like, started doing a bunch of exercises. And, well, plus it was kind of necessary for my work, too, because I have to lift stuff in my work. And it definitely has made my job easier. I just kind of started out with the recommended amount for women, which is 25 pounds, and it definitely seems like it's plenty. I mean, just as, like, something to lift, and of course, now that things have opened up again, it's like, I have access to more gym equipment by going to other places, but, like, when everyone had to quarantine, that was it. It was that and whatever other stuff I had. Which is more than fair. I know some people, yeah, like, some people have to, yeah, lift, like, 50 pounds or triple digits worth of pounds. Gets to be a lot. Yeah, that definitely checks. Yeah, between that and just like the other thing is like I tell this to like my friends and everything that are, don't necessarily work out a lot is like you definitely don't want to go in too strong because you're gonna tire yourself out. 1. 2, the best thing you can start out with is just going on a walk. It doesn't even have to be like an hour like I do every day, and sometimes multiple hours. Like, even if it's just like 15 to 20 minutes, that's a good starting point. And then just doing it consistently, too. Like, you don't necessarily ramp up the difficulty on anything right away, you do it over time. And then also the results will show up over time, too. Like, it's not gonna show up immediately, like... I didn't notice, like, the muscles I had accumulated on my bicep until, like, a couple months after I started lifting. That kind of stuff. It's not the most impressive thing on the planet. Excuse my vanity for a split second. There we go. I think you can see it a little bit. Well, and then, of course, this year I kind of made a vow to kind of go harder, especially now that I moved into my new place. The goal is right now is to do, like, basically, like, hardcore workouts. Like, I'm starting with twice a week because I did not want to go nuts, but I at least have, like, a base level with the lifts I've been doing. But yeah, I did not want to wear myself out that quickly. Oh gosh. If I ever got to that point, that'd be hilarious. I mean, or even remotely close to that. Why not? Well, like, there's multiple reasons, like, yeah, to be healthy and kind of just to push myself, but also I think it'd be cool going forward, like, especially with my cosplays, if I actually had muscles to go along with it. Because let's just say... I know I'm really too freaking ambitious with the cosplays. That's why I'm doing one at a time, but, like, I have a queue put together. Like, I'm starting with Noah, and then I'm doing N after that for Xenoblade Chronicles 3, and then I have plans for my one after that. I'm not even joking, especially with Castlevania Nocturne coming out, I might do Richter Belmont after that. And I mean the shirtless version. Or not, the sleeveless version, you know what I mean. Sleeveless, not shirtless. So it's it's the Netflix series. There was the one with, following the Castlevania 3 characters that it's been going on up until, like, I think last year. There's a new series coming out. They haven't released an official date yet. They just showed the teaser trailer for it and that's it. Not shirtless, sleeveless, there's a difference. But yeah, this is going to be the second series that they've made about the Castlevania series involving the Symphony of the Night and the Dracula X characters. Maria's also been confirmed to be in the show. They kind of showed a little snippet of her a bit more recently. Like, it's just like a, kind of like a gif, I suppose, but that's all they've shown so far. People are speculating this year, but we're not sure. Yeah, so, I mean, to be honest, I didn't start it until last year, because the one I've done is the hero cosplay from Dragon Quest XI. I had to jump back into so many things, and I had to teach myself so many skills I either didn't know or, like, I mean, well, I guess in the case of sewing, I had done since middle school, let alone to that extent, because, like, the most I did in middle school was, like, I sewed, like, some very basic pajama pants, which is, like, complex enough. But I went from that to, like, sewing a very complex, like, looking coat with, like, pleather accents on it, and, like, buckle straps, which, by the way, you need, like, an industrial-sized strength sewing machine to use, so I had to learn how to do rivets. Because the material was so thick. Amongst other things. That is the question. Well, and of course, like, people's cosplays don't have to be, like, really specific. You can just be, like, really simple and you're technically cosplaying. It's just, you get those god-tier cosplayers where, like, somehow they look exactly like the character down to a T, and it's like, I mean, I get, some of them are actually, like, seamstresses and such, but, like, or it's, like, their job, essentially, and they, I know a couple people, like, they make patterns for cosplays, and then, like, the test cosplay is their actual cosplay. I'm just like, how do you do this? Like, I know it's experience, but jeez. Yeah, pretty much. Well, and of course, that was the other idea I had, too, is that, like, there's, for the main 6 characters in Xenoblade Chronicles 3, like, there's, you can, like, wear all the outfits for all the different characters you can have in your party. So, like, you could technically just cosplay as one of the 6 characters, and then just make that accent piece, and you can, like, have a bunch of different mix-and-match cosplays, and then you can swap it out with, like, people if they were playing as the other, cosplaying as the other 5 characters. So, like, it's an interesting concept, and I wonder if anyone's gonna run with it or not. Yeah, it would. I mean, that'd be good. Well, and of course, there's so many cosplays I'd like to be able to do. Like, I mean, that's just the video game ones. Then there's, like, ones from movies and MCU stuff and all that stuff. I'm like, yeah, if I had more time. If I had more time. It's like, I can unfortunately commit to, like, 2 to 3 days a week, which I technically started the Noah cosplay already, like, because I made the wig and the flute prop already, just because I wanted that done for MagFest 2 months ago. Like, I really pushed hard to get that done. But the rest, making the actual costume, that's what I'm going to be starting this week, because I have the pattern for the tops. I just have to go through it and figure out what materials I need, and I'm basically in the beginning planning phases right now. My goal is to try to get Noah done by the time the 1-year anniversary of the game rolls around in the end of July, but we'll see what happens. Yeah. Bully McGuire? Heck yeah. I mean, yeah, you pretty much just buy a bunch of black clothes and you just basically just look like an emo, essentially. With that specific haircut. Gosh, I remember all the... I mean, like, I know Bully McGuire's been a meme for a while, but just the resurgence that we got from No Way Home was just chef's kiss. There were so many Bully McGuire memes, it was kind of insane. Well, then, of course, speaking of Bully McGuire, like in the latest Doctor Strange movie, there's Dark Doctor Strange. I was so sad that people didn't make memes of Bully Cumberbatch. Because that would have been so easy and hilarious. Well, especially since, like, you know, Doctor Strange is in the latest Spider-Man movie with Tobey Maguire, so it would have been too easy. Oh yeah, that's a good one too. Well, I know that's the plus side too, it's just like, for characters that have facial hair, especially like the correct color, you don't even have to like do a fake one. You already have the facial hair. That part's done for you. Boy, have I. Flashbacks intensify.
Once the ancients landed on this world, they cultivated the islands to be their new home. This place
Pretty
in
much.
particular was meant for prayer and reflection. They hoped to live in peace. When they learned their enemy had followed them here, they prepared to defend this world. The walls, cannons, towers, all for a desperate last stand.
That explains all the stuff I've seen on the run. I wondered if they were preparing for the fight. Now I know.
This is where the ancients would gather to simply be together, to cherish those who were left. That is why they recorded everything. Their history, their aspirations, their hopes, their dreams. So they would never be truly gone.
Pretty much. I mean, it's kind of just the one of two choices you have in life. It's just you double down on one specific thing and just you go all in for it, or you just try to like, you have to sacrifice a bit of time, but then you just do a bunch of stuff and just try to divvy up the time as much as possible. That I'm currently choosing option B. Which, to be fair, it's not too bad. I got the hero, like, given I only had like basically half the week to work on the hero cosplay, it took me about 4 months in actual time. In terms of like, it probably would have been like a 1.5 to 2 months of actually solidly working on it. Which wasn't terrible considering I had a bunch of other stuff going on. Okay, so that's a nighttime. Wait, that should be working then. Oh, I see what I'm supposed to do. Tree. Oh yeah, it definitely does. Like, I swear the days are just going by faster now that I'm this busy. And for Pete's sakes, like, the last month or so, I'm just like, meanwhile, like, the rest of my friends are just like, why is the winter going so slow? And then for me, I'm like, it's going slow? It's going fast for me. It's going faster than it used to, just because, one, I'm no longer in school, and well, I guess that's the main reason I'm no longer in school. I don't have homework and all that stuff. Well, I mean, with K through 12, it was a necessity thrust upon us. I know pretty much everyone else I knew was like, yeah, I'd rather be doing other stuff, but I am kind of forced to be doing this. Yeah, I know, me too. That's why I had to, like, I know my parents were like, okay, you can only do this for, like, a couple hours in a given week. During the school week, I should say, like, on the weekends, as long as I was done with my homework, I didn't care. Alright, done. Like, they weren't terribly strict about it, but, like, especially when they knew exams were going on, they're like, maybe you should limit this, and of course, to be fair, I agreed with them. I was like, yeah, I don't want to fail. I prefer not to fail. Because part of it, too, is that I was, my friend group was pretty much, like, all the top-tier students. And in all my classes, so it's like, it wasn't even just, like, for you, necessarily. It was about, like, do you want to disappoint the team? Because they're all working hard to be at the top. I mean, that is true. Nowadays, it doesn't really matter anymore. Just that's how it mattered back in the day. Alright, so I don't... Okay, so I grabbed those 2 emeralds. I have to go back for... Well, I should be able to fast travel here now. Let's go back to the green one. Yeah, that's the bonus you get for 100% completing all the challenges on the map, is that the portals become fast travel points, so then you can just go to all of them with ease. Then I pretty much just gotta grind out grabbing emeralds at this point. Well, especially now that I'm at that point in life where it's like, yeah, now I worked hard, so it's like, well, now I can just, like, just be at my job when I need to be, and then just have fun for the rest of it. I mean, that was exactly, like, the whole point of, like, why I started streaming when I did, because it's like, well, just all that stuff's out of the way, and I feel like I can justifiably afford it now, so let's go. Oh yeah, the part-time job years, jeez. Okay, so we got the green emerald. I know I didn't do all the levels either. Yeah, because for sure there's this level. Oh, that's nice, you can actually warp to levels you haven't completed yet. Good to know. I didn't know you could do that. I mean, all you had to say was I had to clean the restrooms. I've been there, and yeah. Doesn't matter where you're at unless you're at like a really fancy restaurant, and even then that depends. All you have to say is I cleaned the restrooms, and I'm like, yeah, you that's oh yeah, it's like especially public restrooms like Walmart. Because I swear some people just like, mainly so they don't like dirty their houses, like if they're able to, will go to a public place like that to like take a number 2. Yeah, because I, back in the high school days, I worked at a movie theater, like, yeah, which included cleaning the bathrooms. Like, we didn't have to do, like, the most, like, a lot of the sanitation work necessarily, but, like, that was mainly for cleaning the carpets. We still had to clean the bathrooms. With the exception of, like, applying the industrial strength cleaners that the people would come overnight to do. And then there was cleaning the theaters, which, like, it was mostly just, like, you know, cleaning up popcorn and soda, and of course the trash just smelled nasty because that combination smells bad, in case you didn't know that. But, probably the most interesting thing I had to clean up was, let's just say 50 Shades of Grey was going on, and that's when I found out what a certain, bodily fluid was. Yikes. Oh, on the floor too? Jeez. I was gonna say, like, it was like, because keep in mind, like, at the time, I was, like, 16, so, like, and, like, I didn't know what that stuff was. At all. Like, at all. So, just, like, so I like, got, and keep in mind, this was, yeah, it was in one of the theaters, so I got one of my male coworkers, and I was just like, this looks like cinnamon roll frosting. Can you confirm what this is? And then they told me that's what it was. I'm like, oh no! No! Why? 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 Oh gosh. So many tanks. Well, of course, like, I never saw those movies, like, I know what they're about, obviously, but I'm just like, wow, someone just got off to this? Wow. I don't know how to feel about that. More specifically, this was definitely a guy. You know somebody did that too. Yeah, and of course it was like, the first one came out around Valentine's Day, so that just added to it. Because at least with the Magic Mike movies, that's primarily a female audience. I mean anyone can go see it, but like it was primarily a female audience. Oh gosh. I know this because I'd have to ring those people up, and it was like a bunch of women in those groups. Don't get me wrong, there were the gay guy groups, like, those existed. I'm just saying the women groups definitely outweighed the gay guy groups. So I wasn't as concerned about that. Okay, so then we gotta go grab those. Okay, are there any other levels I haven't done yet? Yeah, because there's the Silver Emerald, and there's the... I know there's at least another emerald I gotta go grab. Okay, so there's 9 levels, so 3... Oh yeah, there's 2 more I haven't done. Where's the closest fast travel point to this section? Oh right, duh, I could just warp over there. I think... Oh right, I gotta... There we go. That is so good! Oh my gosh! Holy crap, I have never heard that. That is so good! Not that I'm gonna say that to people, because people would just be like, what the heck, man, but that's hilarious. Well, and of course, again, that's the kind of stuff I found out about, like, that existed later, because I'm like, I wasn't really into that stuff. To be fair, I'm still not. I'm just now I'm aware that it exists. I mean, I don't blame you. Oh, no, I'm getting that damn coin. Going in a pipe, apparently. Really long pipe. Not the goo! Anything but the goo! Whee! Yeah, at least it's a blue goo, it's not brown. Or, I mean, green goo is fine, too. Then just ooze at that point. Yeah, I was like, that's probably the only, like the rest of, like, the stuff I've seen in those bathrooms were, like, pretty standard for what you see in a bathroom in terms of when you have to clean up in terms of, like, you know, pee, poo, that kind of stuff. Like, that's standard for me. Like, what that was, I mean, to be fair, we only had to, like, I only had to clean the female bathrooms, but... So, I never would have seen anything else in that regard. Thank the Lord. Oh yeah, I suppose I've seen blood too, just not like that much. Yeah, oh yeah, you're definitely gonna see a lot of blood, because I'm assuming you know what periods are. I say this because not everyone does. No, well, plus, I mean, I just know, like, women stay in there longer and everything, and yeah, like I said, periods aren't a thing in those bathrooms. Butt-ups. Menstrual cycle. Like, I don't necessarily go into the details with people, but, like, I definitely feel free to explain that to people who are at least, like, middle school and older, because I'm like, well, when you're that age, you're old enough to have one, so I don't see the reason to hide it. Oof. Come on. Go, Sonic, go! He really does not want to go up. Come on! Yeah, he really does not want to go up this platform. Yeah. Yeah, exactly. Like, it's mainly, I'm like, especially people who are squeamish, that's like the main reason I don't necessarily go into details, because like, people are squeamish about blood in general, and like, that would just be adding fuel to the fire at that point. Oh, nope, give me that coin, give me that coin, I'm getting all 5 coins. Ah. Unfortunately, yes. One time, but it was more than enough. Oh, mama. Oh, multiple times. Oh, no. Well, then, of course, I mean, it ended up having, like, a wholesome ending in the end, but, like, well, one thing I had to do is, I had to help a woman who was going into labor. that was a thing and a half. Well, okay, I didn't have to, I chose to, because I'm not gonna leave her there. Oof. Okay, I know there was at least one more level I didn't go to. Yep, there we go. Yeah, boy, do they just knowing what lurks beneath the surface. But yeah, I was gonna say yeah, that woman I helped, it was just like, yeah, of course, like, it's kind of just one of those things where it's like, you generally know when a person's gonna give birth just based on the 9 and 10 month timeline, but like, you don't know with 1,000% accuracy, so it's like, some people just gotta live their lives up until it happens, and then just, if crap happens, then you go. So yeah, she was gonna go see a movie, and then like her family didn't live like that far away, so like luckily her husband was able to get there in like 5 minutes, and they got the ambulance there and everything to hasten the process of getting to the hospital. But she's just like, oh crap. Like, I was just cleaning the bathroom, minding my own business, and then I just hear, like, help, and I was, like, wondering what's going on, and she's like, I'm in labor, and I'm just, meanwhile, like, 16-year-old me is like, oh, good, shit! What do? I don't know, man! So, yeah, I just stayed there and comforted her until other parties showed up, and I'm like, okay, thank goodness I don't have to... Because, like, I didn't know exactly what was gonna go down. Like, I didn't know if the birth was gonna happen there, I didn't know how deep into labor she was. Especially as a 16-year-old, you just don't know these things. Especially if you've never witnessed it in your family, because I was the youngest sibling in my family, so I definitely wouldn't have, and my youngest cousin's 3 years younger than me, so by the time he was born, I don't remember his birth, is the gist. So, like, I never would have, like, the first birth I would have been, like, a quote-unquote witness to happened about 2 months after that with one of my cousins. So, like, that happened before something that actually happened in my family, and it's not like I was even there for that, it was just visiting the baby afterwards. But the wholesome part of the story is that a couple months later, once they had the baby situated, the couple came in with their child, and then the woman recognized me. She's like, hey, thanks again, and then let me hold the baby. It's like, oh, this is too wholesome. I'm gonna die from cuteness. Thankfully that was a few years later. That would have been an interesting end to that story for sure. Whoa, what the... Wow, he just flew off the edge. Give me the coin, darn it. Yeah, I don't know what that was. Like I said, especially if you hit the boost button at random, it'll just like Sonic will go flying literally and figuratively off the rails. It's kind of insane. Well, of course, sometimes you have to use the boost to make certain jumps, and sometimes you don't. Just about playing it by ear at that point. Alrighty. Yeah, just don't jump on that corners. My lesson learned there. Ooh, we're going down. Oh, we're bungeeing. Time to take out some egg bots. Alright, I'm just gonna double check for the coin. Okay, I can't go beyond this. Alright. Yeah, I was gonna say, and like also kind of part of the too is that you can increase your stats, so attack, defense, speed, and the amount of rings you can carry. So speed's one of those stats, so I imagine you just go at, like, currently I'm at speed level 40. Just imagine what it's like at 99. Probably just go flying off the rails at that point, even more so. Pretty much. Alrighty. Alright, so I gotta get 2 emeralds and then talk to Sage a lot.
Looks like Tails was right. The ruins were tech the ancients used to upload thoughts into cyberspace, but not their bodies.
Correct. They desired to archive all their achievements, creations, and knowledge.
If they couldn't pass it between their own people, they could pass it on to those who inherited this world from them.
This way, they could pass on not only technical knowledge, but their cognizance and intentions as well.
So it's basically a big old backup hard drive for everything about them. That's pretty amazing.
Yeah, I would definitely say so. It was pretty memorable. Like, obviously it was minimum wage, so, like, definitely in terms of pay, definitely prefer my current job, but definitely my favorite job. I mean, to be fair, it's pretty much just been stuff in my field after that, because it was like, it was this, or it was that, a couple of internships in college, and then my current job. Not that many jobs. Like, that was my only quote-unquote fun job, because of course you got to go into... You could go nuts with, like, the amount of movies you could see. I think it was, like, you could go see... I think it was, like, one a day is how they did it. So, like, you could go ham with seeing movies. Plus, you get, like, free discount, smaller size popcorns and sodas. Plus discounts on all their other concessions. Like, it was definitely worth that. Oh my god. I mean, I would not be surprised if someone did that. And keep in mind, this was just the original. Like, I no longer worked there by the time the 2 sequels came out. This was just for the first movie. Or, no, I worked there, but it was only the summers and the winter breaks at that point. I wasn't around when those movies came out during, like, the off-season when I was away. The first one I was actually around for. Yeah, I know, I gotta grab, like, most of these emeralds at this point. Oh. I mean, it was fine enough for a job. Like, obviously, I'd rather be relaxing, but I just mean, like, relatively speaking. Yeah, I'd say for me, as long as I think about my job at least on a neutral level, that's good enough for me. Like, as long as I don't hate it. Well, because I was like, especially if I have other options, like, why would I stay at a job that I hate? Just gonna be miserable for a couple decades. I've seen what that does to people, and it's not fun. Alright, so I gotta figure out how to get this silver emerald. Oh, okay, gotcha. Wow, that's nuts. Oh, shoot! Ah, salvaged it. Hehe. Jeez. I can't even imagine that, just with how crazy the housing market has been. I mean, like, and not just the houses, like, because then you get, like, some townhouses and apartment. Like, I'm not even joking, like, with a lot of places around, you have to be making, especially if you want to get it by yourself, you have to be making triple the rent, which, yeah, at that point you'd have to be making, like, 6 figures. It's kind of insane. Like, unless you're just rich, how are you supposed to do that as a single person? Well, and then, of course, yeah, that was the thing, is, like, you got it at a perfect time before crap went down. I say that because my friend got a house, like, about a year ago, and it was, one of the ones she was considering was from a divorced couple. Oh, okay, gotcha. So yeah, the whole thing is that, like, the only way I could get into a bigger place, because my apartment was going to be a bit too small, the only way I could get into a bigger place was to co-sign with one of my parents. Like, it was ridiculous. Like, yeah, I assure you I can pay all this, it's just, for formality's sake, it had to be on a document, I get it, but it's still annoying.
I'm so used to using the Chaos Emeralds, it's kind of hard to accept they're from space.
Yes, they were central to the Ancients' power and native to their world. They are the only things that can awaken all the functions on the island, and were taken away with the last survivors to another land.
Without the Emerald's power, the island's functions eventually shut down.
That is why I drew them here. I hope to use the Ancients' technology to stop the emergence of their old foe.
Oh my gosh, I didn't even know that was a thing. Okay, where am I going now? Get the Chaos Emerald back. Okay, now I think I'm going for that one. Oh, okay, gotcha. That makes more sense. Oh, I'm trying to get back to the robot. Got it. Nice. Collect Sage's memory tokens. Yeah, like I said, that just sounds absolutely nuts to be able to retire that young. Cause like nobody I know is retiring that young. Like not even remotely. It's gonna be like the typical 50s to 60s age bracket. And for Pete's sakes, my mom just retired, and my dad's not gonna retire for a couple of years. That's just a wild concept to me. I mean, it'd be nice, but it's a wild concept to me. Not that I blame you at all. Might as well. Oh yeah, especially going to travel. Yeah, I know that's the one downside about obviously having a full-time job is that, like, you can only take a finite amount of time off. And you have to basically fight over it to a certain extent with your coworkers. Like, if enough people took the time off, you're not getting it off. Time to button mash. I'm used to button mashing. It's fine. Oh, okay, I see. That and other games. I'm trying to remember, like... I'm trying to remember, like, various games where I had to button mash a lot besides Mario Party. Like, I feel like it was in maybe some other mainstream Mario titles, or... No, Zelda games, that's what it was. There were some games where, like, the quick time events where you had to button mash like crazy. Or in the case of Spirit Tracks, the final boss, you have to scribble like crazy on the screen. Yeah, see, I did play that one as well. I just played Phantom Hourglass because I guess I was just more interested in Spirit Tracks. Because I actually bought Spirit Tracks, Phantom Hourglass. I played at a relative's house, and then just got more recently for myself. I got stuck. Keep in mind I was a young kid, but like, yeah, I got stuck at the beginning of Phase 2, just with, like, one of the temples, so I just gave up, but then just like, oh yeah, Spirit Tracks is a lot better. Yeah, it might have been that. Oh, no, I know what it was. I beat that puzzle and then got burnt out. After the... Because, like, it just kind of seemed like, oh, Phase 2, now what? And then just, like, the plot slowed down a lot, so I think I just got burnt out by the game. And then I came back to it later and beat the whole thing. And keep in mind, I somehow did this without the internet. I don't know how, like, it was a lot of trial and error. Like, so much trial and error. To the point where I used a guide when I played it recently, but... I mean, that's all you could do back in the day, was just trial and error, baby! Yeah, and of course, that's also why I didn't mind looking it up, because I'm like, I know I did the puzzle from scratch already, so I already did it.
Correct. My base code was compiled by him. The scope of my capabilities was vastly modified once I integrated with cyberspace, but he is my creator.
Oh man, I bet he never expected his genius AI would advise him to work with me.
I put forward this scenario with the highest likelihood for survival. That is all.
Yeah, so trial and error is the greatest way to go. Well, kind of what I do is, like, of course, back in the day, I had no other option. For me, I do, like, trial and error to an extent. Like, let's say I've been, like, trying to do a puzzle and it's been, let's say, several hours. I want to move on at that point. Before I rage quit. So at that point, then I just cave in, look it up. But, like, if I've given it a good, honest try, then I'm like, okay, then I'll look. Yeah, it's one of the... I think it's one of the first games I played that I didn't play with one of my relatives. Oh yeah, that's that thing. Yeah, technically I was barely alive at the start of the N64, but like the GameCube was definitely my young childhood console, and the Wii was my early, or my late childhood console. Where the heck is... Oh, there's Sage. Oh yeah, I've played and beaten it so many times. Both the regular and the HD version. So yeah, I played both, and... well yeah, and of course, like, the HD version, like, makes the whole Triforce of Courage thing so much simpler, it's not even funny.
Agents came from space, right? And they were wearing things that looked like the Coco, but they didn't seem, I don't know, alive. Do you know what the Coco really are?
They originated as Lucky Charms for the agents.
Yeah, I know, just like, cause like, it definitely changes the pace. It's like, oh yeah, you do these 2 dungeons, and now, haha, go find a bunch of pieces, you piece of crap.
Maybe the ancients changed them. Or maybe the Coco wanted to keep their memories alive after they were gone.
Yeah, I was gonna say it was the first Zelda game I played all the way through was Wind Waker. Because I had played tidbits of A Link to the Past and Ocarina of Time, but, like, I barely played any of it before that. But yeah, Wind Waker, I played it from scratch, probably, like, when I was, like, 6 or 7. Like, not right when it came out, but, like, within a year or so. I think I played tidbits of it before that, just to kind of sample it, and then I played the whole game. To be fair, the graphics probably was like, ooh, it's a bit more child-friendly. Because, like, there were definitely some bits back in the day where I thought Ocarina of Time was a bit scary. I mean, it still kind of is, but not terrible. I mean, those redeads, well, to be fair, I would argue that the actual, and of course, this is what I found out, was that, honestly, the redeads were scarier in Wind Waker because of those blood-curdling screams in the faces. Oh, Jesus. Yeah, they're all messed up, but just, I think it's just the scream is what made it worse for me with the Wind Waker ones. Well, because, like, the rest of it's, like, happy-go, cartoony look, or the cel-shaded, and, like, it's a bit more kid-friendly looking in comparison to Ocarina of Time and Twilight Princess. And then there's the redeads.
The ancients came to this world tens of thousands of years ago. The planet was still underdeveloped back then, and their technology was vastly superior to anything else at the time.
I knew it felt different at the time, but the fact that it was really alien was surprising. The floating building, giant structures, cyberspace. It didn't make sense that such advanced stuff was also super old. But it all came from space, so... oh, there you go, I guess.
What would this world look like if the ancients had survived, I wonder? Under different circumstances, I would enjoy running the simulations.
Oh yeah, don't get me wrong, they look grosser in the other ones. It just, like, the scream and the bloody teeth is what did it for me. Especially since I experienced those, like, when I was a young child, and that will forever stick with me. Alright, where to next? So it looks like we just have Sage at these 2... There's a normal talk, and then there's the plot-relevant talk. Oh yeah, they definitely do. I suppose. Okay, so where's the other... Okay, so the other talk is right there. Yeah, I was gonna say, basically the whole plot is that, if you remember the Chaos from Sonic Adventure 1, basically it was one of a whole species called the Ancients,
Your power is
who are basically a bunch of aliens who came to this planet at some point.
Are you good with hanging around? I thought you were supposed to be looking at...
Yeah, who came to this planet at some point to escape their enemies. That plot point hasn't been revealed in terms of what they are yet. It's probably going to pretty soon. But then, unfortunately, they were followed and then hunted to extinction, and then they didn't, even though they had all the technology in the world, they just couldn't survive. Well, of course, the big thing they brought with them was all the Chaos Emeralds, so that's how they got to that planet in the first place. And then just, yeah, they had all that tech, and they were the ones who made the cyberspace, everything. So they, but yeah, they slowly withered away, and then they basically became the Coco after a while. Those, like, little brown dudes that kind of pretty much look like Koroks. So that's kind of the whole gist of what's going on.
And while he helps...
Yeah, I was gonna say I was doing it for a bit of a test stream. I definitely want to stream those at some point. I've played the original trilogy in 11, and then I know I gotta get to 8 at some point. Those are the ones I currently own. I was gonna try do it in cosplay. So that's kind of what I'm waiting for too. Is just to kind of line that up. I know the original trilogy wouldn't be as much of a haul with wearing that, just because those games are much shorter in comparison. Because, you know, 11's a full-on, like, triple-digit hour game if you play the whole thing. Yeah, I actually... Well, that's the one cosplay I actually have complete, is the hero cosplay from the 11 game. Like, I have the whole outfit done and everything. Shoot. So, like, that one I don't have to wait on at all for anything else. I know, it's like the number one thing I heard people joke about. It's like, oh, just all the Trunks jokes. Because, I mean, to be fair, he does look like Trunks. Doesn't help that his coat's also purple. Yeah, so he definitely looks cool. Yeah, and like I told some people, like, Smash Bros. Is the main reason I bought that game to begin with, and it changed my life. Because I heard it was like it's a popular franchise in Japan. But like barely anyone talks about it here. In comparison, so I was like, oh yeah, I'll just try the game out and to put in perspective, the story kind of like, it goes like an Ocarina of Time kind of route, but it somehow goes harder than that, probably because it's got like a more advanced rating. Like I think it's T for teen. I'll have to double check. Yeah, because like Ocarina of Time is like E for 10. Yeah, a decent bit. Oh crap! I thought I was dead. Come on. Crap. Okay, you can hold the button. Cool. Ah, crap. How are you supposed to dodge these bullets? Jesus. Die, you piece of crap. Die! Oh crap, here come the big boys. Yeah, there's no way to dodge that. If the bullets are coming towards you, you're screwed. Yeah, I was like, back in the day, it was E for everyone, and then they changed it for the more recent day and age. Yeah, let me check really quick. Yeah, then there was the KNA rating. It didn't say there was. I'll have to double check. Yep, Dragon Quest XI is rated T for teen. It's like, that's what I thought, because, like, enough stuff comes up where I would feel like it justifies that rating. So, like, that's kind of partially why it's allowed to go harder, is because of the rating. Obviously not as hard as Persona 5, which, you know, is an M for mature rating, but still. Oh, mama! Yeah, it's like, all you get is the light shot, the dark shot, and then once it charges up, you get the full-on laser attack. Oh, mama! Oh, here comes the big boy attack. Yes! Yeah, that's exactly why I say it. that is the origin of where I started saying that. Yeah, I'm not even kidding. I'm so glad you got that reference. Hacking complete. Back in the day.
Emerald number 6, here we come. So, earlier you said I had 0 chances of winning it. Change your mind yet?
Yeah, back in those days.
I have not run a simulation under present circumstances either.
Ah, so you're saying there maybe is a chance.
I am saying we are in a desperate situation. The threat we face is beyond imagination.
Hey, if there's even a 1% chance I can turn that despair of yours into hope, I won't disappoint.
Alright, so then there's another place you can go talk to Sage. Although that might be inside, now that I think about it. And she also might be on top of the building, I'm not sure. Oh no, we're way back here. The positive hog. Oh yeah, it definitely does. Give me the damn emerald. And no one gets hurt.
One more. I gotta hurry up.
Sonic, calm down there.
No. You're not fast enough. So I found it for you. Go ahead and beat that giant.
Haha! We told him to get it off its back this time.
Don't you dare lose it.
Now why would I want to disappoint you?
Woohoo! Yep. Yep, there's that final Titan that showed up in that cutscene. Supreme. Giant robot! Yeah. Holy moly, we're taking this thing down really fast. Yeah, pretty much. Goku! Time to go Super Saiyan. Oh lordy, he can fly. Time to beat a god in the face for the second time this week. Because I just did that yesterday for Persona 5. Ah, crap. He really did, didn't he? Yeah, I know, it's like you're so tiny against the Titans. I know, it's like, it's almost like the game was preparing you for this. Ah, shoot. Okay, got it. Yeah, he totally could have done that. Come on! I was just waiting for a quick time event. I was just like, I'm ready for it, I swear. Still, okay, I was waiting for a fake out.
Is that it?
Yeah, waiting for the fake out.
It's retreating into space to regain its true form. Even Supersonic won't be able to stop it. I know what I must do. I must leave you.
Understand? Oh.
No!
Before it regains its full strength.
Ladies first.
Yeah, it definitely seems like it.
Be careful.
Oh, god damn it! Eggman, no! No! Hey, look, it's the moon! And a fake moon. The end.
He took your whole world. He took your lives. Are you going to let him do it all over again? I need your help. We can end this. Please.
Yeah, he really is.
Now or never.
Flying like a supernova.
Please, look after Father.
Yeah, I hope so. We saved the world.
Yes!
All right.
Except Eggman. Understandably. Woohoo! Yeah, where's Big the Cat? Oh, he's still in cyberspace, probably. Why? Give this poor man a hug. Alright, so that's game. Yeah, overall it was a fun time, and yeah, definitely a good reintroduction into the Sonic franchise after just playing nothing but Heroes, let's be honest. This poor dude. Kinda sounds like the fishing music. What? So yeah, I did everything in the game, so this will be the finale of the playthrough, so then we'll continue one of two new games next week. I'll likely finish Dokapon tomorrow, we'll just see what happens. Because I'm in the final stretch of it. And then given we finish it early, I'll just play more Persona 5. And then Friday will be Persona 5. So much Persona 5 because I'm trying to get it done before Tears of the Kingdom comes out. What? That would be nice. Oh man. Oh, I didn't realize that hard mode's the true ending. You basically play a shoot 'em up battle with the quick time event at the end. Wow. I'll have to look up the true ending later. Hard mode or nothing. Oh my gosh. Oh, okay. Yeah, I didn't know how difficult this game was gonna be, so I started on normal. Which, to be fair, considering how difficult I thought some parts were, I feel like it was justified that I stayed on normal. Like, obviously on subsequent playthroughs, I then try hard, because it's like, okay, I did it on the normal, now let's actually ramp up the difficulty. Yeah, I like to marinate my games with tears. Well, plus part of it too is I also like to start out with like a normal difficulty because I kind of also want to enjoy the story. Like, I don't want to get overly frustrated with hard gameplay the first time. Cause then once I've experienced the story, then I don't mind pushing or hauling butt to try to beat it in a harder difficulty. Also, it's also about getting through the game faster, because if I'm playing at a harder difficulty, I'm gonna get through the story slower. And there's more likelihoods for people to spoil the game. That's also part of it. Yeah, I was gonna say, just so many Lionels. So many Lionels. I mean, like, generally I know what Tears of the Kingdom's gonna entail, but it's gonna be interesting experiencing it. And I will never get over the timing of, like, that announcement coming out around the time the Queen of England passed away. It's like, what is this?
So, that was fun.
They're like, no. For the love of God, no.
I know you all have big plans.
You're gonna hardly recognize me when we see each other again. I wonder if the cream and sticks are make a road trip out of it.
It'll be good to get back to my island. At least for a while.
We're wasting daylight. Let's go.
Apparently. We Speaking of Eggy Boy. Or excuse me, Egg Poopy Poopy Butt. Yeah, I thought it was pretty solid.
That's my girl.
Pinkest pin, oh my gosh. Well, brought her back online, so everything's good. I just can't believe, Joe, I can't believe that, I forget who it was, but they edited Jules' Kiefer King thing, so every single time he says deck, he says Pingus. That was the funniest crap. Yeah, I know, just like, that is the closest thing you see him to having, like, any kind of, or feeling any kind of love like that. Or outwardly showing it, anyways. Oh no, it didn't save any of that progress crap. Womp womp. I mean, you all witnessed I beat the game, so I don't care. Oh, never mind, there's the autosave. There we go. Thank goodness for the autosave. There, now it's permanent, cool. Yeah, it definitely seems like it. I mean, I could even tell just based on the Sonic Boom cartoon, like, it seemed like the dynamic was different. Not even playing the games, necessarily. Oh, yep, that's pretty much where I'm gonna leave that then, with some Cocos just dancing in the corner over there. Yeah, a little bit. Alright. Alright, so thanks for tuning into the stream. I was able to beat that, and we'll, like I said, we'll likely finish up Dokapon Kingdom tomorrow, and then continue Persona 5 Royal now that we're in the Royal content, and then go from there. So, yeah, wraps up announcements. So, oh yeah, I was gonna say I had a lot of fun. Well, yeah, and of course, like, the whole time was pretty much just, like, grinding out that island. It was pretty relaxing second half, because the first half I was like, yeah, those towers, that was some intricate platforming, to say the least. So yeah, the second half was just a pretty chill stream of, like, let's just go get all the collectibles, do all the levels, and it was, like I said, it was pretty chill. So let's see. Raid target. John's still live, heck yeah. I wasn't sure if he was still gonna be live, because, he said he has to end it, like, strictly at midnight so he can get Reese to the airport in the morning. Alright, so we're gonna go read Proton John. Enjoy his stream and have a good night. Bye!